Are we on? Okay. (9:15). Welcome to the annual Town of Townsend meeting 2017. First of all, could we all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Warning, for the Town of Townsend 2017 annual meeting, the legal voters of the Town of Townsend are hereby notified and warned to meet at Town Hall in Townsend, Vermont on Tuesday, March 7th, 2017 at 9 o'clock to act on the following articles. If there's no objection, I will refrain from reading the entire warning to you. Seeing no objections, hearing no objections. So I got some stuff I need to say, some boilerplate stuff. Good morning, welcome to the Townsend Town meeting. I hope last year was good to you. A special welcome to those new to Townsend and those that have never been to a town meeting before. They're always very interesting. My name is David Lebo, and I am currently your town moderator. I am currently your town moderator. My job is to explain procedural questions, and please ask any clarifying questions before a vote. Don't vote if you don't know what we're voting on. Please ask me and I will clarify. Robert's Rules is the rules of order for the meeting. Please read this and follow them. You have the right to challenge any decisions I make if you feel my ruling is improper. Voters should check in at the front hall. If you're a Townsend resident, you will receive a ribbon. You must have a ribbon and be a Townsend resident in order to vote. Please don't mess things up by voting if you're not a Townsend resident. If you're not sure, check the list. Non-residents are also not allowed to speak during the meeting except with permission from the town. Okay, please stand and state your name clearly before speaking. There will be a microphone, and please wait for the microphone in today's digital age with everything recorded. Everybody on the other side of the TV wants to hear what you have to say. All motions and remarks should be addressed to the moderator. There shouldn't be discussion between residents. Articles must be moved and seconded and restated by the moderator before discussion begins. Articles may be amended and amended once, and voting will proceed from the last proposed amendment in reverse order. The debate may be cut off with a 2/3 majority. However, calling the question without having the floor will be ruled out of order. You got to wait your turn. Supposedly, you're supposed to only speak once per motion until everybody else has a chance to speak, unless a direct question was asked. There'll be no personal attacks, and the constable can remove you from the meeting with a $200 fine if you are deemed disruptive. During elections, we will allow a person nominated to give a brief introduction, and that's just the elections from the floor, not the elections occurring downstairs. When voting by paper ballot, please come up through the middle and exit to the sides. If you cannot get to the ballot box will be brought to you. Please turn off your cell phones. Not that anybody's cell phone works here, but please turn them off. Please leave your ribbons in the basket when you leave, because then they don't have to make new ones and it saves tax dollars. Public service announcement. This meeting is being recorded by the Brattleboro Community Television for broadcast on Comcast and Southern Vermont Cable. You can watch the meeting on Channel 10 or online at brattleboro.tv.org later this week. For viewers at home, For the viewers at home, please stand and state your name before speaking and use a microphone if possible. Thank you. So just some introductions to begin with. I'm David Lebo. The Select Board, we have Kathy Hagee, the Chair, Kyle LaPointe, Vice Chair, Irv Stowell, Robert Wright, and Will Bissonette. They are your Select Board for today's meeting. Please check out all the papers in the back and the front. I didn't write them down this year, so I don't have to tell you what they all are. The Auditors Report and numbers are up front here if you need a copy of that. Lunch will be provided by Harmonyville Store and paid for by the Town of Townsend. Donations will be accepted. Okay, I think I'm done with that stuff. Are we ready to get started? Article 1, to choose a moderator for the ensuing year. I will now entertain nominations. Nobody else? If there's no objection and hearing no more nominations, I declare the nominations closed. Any objections? Are there any other nominations? And instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for David Lebo for moderator for the ensuing year. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Thank you very much for your trust. Article 2, to act upon the July 1st, 2015 to July 30th independent auditor and CPA reports. I will entertain a motion. Moved by Craig, seconded by, give me a name, by Will Bisnet. Okay, discussion, and everybody has one. They're up front here if anybody needed one. Discussion. Yes, sir.
Question, is the motion to approve, accept, what is the motion?
We've been, okay, yes, yes, good question. It was just so moved. Is it moved to approve it? No, that's true. Accept. Okay, the motion is to accept the auditor's report. Yes, it must be accepted. So that's the motion, is to accept it. Everybody got that? Now we're discussing the auditor's report. I believe the auditor's report is just those 2 pages of written statement. Discussion. Not amongst yourselves. You can talk amongst yourself, that's okay. But a discussion that you want to share with everybody. Okay. Seeing no discussion. Yes, ma'am. The auditor's report are the 2 pages from Mosley, McCoy, and Pichek and Company. Oh, sorry. Was I drooping? Thank you. That's better. Thank you. That's the auditor's report. Okay. Where's the microphone? I know, we can't hear anything. If we can't hear you, the people at home definitely can't hear you. No. This is good. Discussion is good.
I was hoping that there would be a full auditor's report in time for the meeting, and I thought you were referring to that. That was all. Thank you.
Oh, yes. No, there is no new auditor's report. Just those 2 pages and their explanation is the auditor's report. Anybody? Any further discussion? Seeing no yes, ma'am. Wait, microphone. Sorry. There are no kids here that can run the microphone? No? Oh, there's one.
Yes, I'm Carol Milgis. I'm just wondering why the auditor's report, why we didn't pass the auditor's report.
It has been the most interesting year I can say I've ever experienced. We, over the last 3 years, have had 5 bookkeepers in the back office. Each bookkeeper has had their own style of keeping records, and some have done a better job than others of understanding the software that the town uses for the municipal accounting. Basically what happened is the individual that we hired for the year 2016, which is what this auditor's report would be for, could not put forth the time to actually keep the records in a form that the professional auditor could understand when they came down in August to look at the books. It was a mishmash of papers, and the individual themselves was not available to actually help the auditor understand what had happened within the finances. They suspended the original, that was McSorley McCoy, they suspended that original full audit of the books with the recommendation that we hire a local bookkeeping firm or CPA to help us get everything into the proper column and into the proper place within the records. And we did that process. We worked with McSorley-McCoy for almost 4 months, and recently just got the findings back about 2.5 weeks ago, and are in the process now of taking what they said, being P-check, taking what they said needed to happen and trying to integrate that into the software that we use so we could actually finish out that 2016 year. So it is a work in progress. We will have an answer by the time we have to set taxes. At this point in time, preliminary, watching the numbers, it appears as if there's going to be a small surplus in most of the accounts, in the three, the highway, the general fund, and in the equipment fund. I mean, that's just preliminary appearances, but we don't have hard numbers to give you.
Any further discussion? Yes, ma'am. It's coming.
So I was just curious, when you look in what's proposed for 2018, it's like less money for the finance office, and is that going to be able, are we going to be in the same mishmash going forward?
Is that going into numbers that the town?
That's technically asking about the fact that there appears to be less money in the finance office for proposed 18, which is part of that big discussion that we should probably have.
Okay,
Separate.
right. Okay, well, that has to do with monies, and we're just acting on the auditor's report, the 2 pages. There's a, okay. Any other discussion? What's your name? Emily? Yeah. Okay. Emily's got the microphone. She's the star of the show.
Thanks, Emily. Andy Jackins, I just had a question. So what we're essentially voting on is where we are currently at. And where we are currently at is we are waiting on this new CPA to state their findings for last year. Is that what we're doing?
No, what you're being asked to consider right now are the 2 letters, the one from McSorley-McCoy saying they had to suspend the audit, and from P-check saying they are working through it. You're going to act on those 2 letters as acceptable to the fact that we're still working to come to a final answer.
Yes, that's what I was asking. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other discussion? Yes, in the back. I just don't know if the microphone's on, just with the switch.
Here we go. Woo. I've always wanted to do this. Anyway, I've just kind of done a quick perusal of this budget, and we're not going to go through this line by line, and we're voting on this today. For 2018, how does, I mean...
Wait, no. If you're looking at the numbers will be discussed during the article, what, number? 5.
Okay.
Numbers will be discussed at Article 5. We're really just voting on whether or not to accept or not, or the motion is to accept the auditor's report.
Okay.
So it's 2 pages.
All right. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
A little muddled.
We knew there would be confusion here. So please, let your confusion show and we'll try to explain. Yes, sir. Speak, if you can speak loud, because that microphone's pretty close to you.
What are the actual repercussions of not accepting the report?
Not really anything.
I mean, at this point, right.
Because you don't, in fact, have numbers, it would be nice if you would acknowledge the fact that the town has made every effort to come to conclusion on what happened in 2016. But if you don't pass it, it really doesn't matter because there still aren't going to be any numbers for you to look at.
Emily, where'd you go? Right here, up front.
Hi, Carol Millis. Wondering what, once P-check works out and it works its way through the records as they are, what's the plan to go forward to ensure we don't get into this mess again next year? Any plans?
Okay, well, here's the deal. You're straying into, I mean, that's a very valid question, I guess, phrased that way for this forum. So, go. I guess. Okay, so here's the issue. There's a overriding question of the future of town governance in Townsend. And I was trying to separate that discussion from acting on the auditor's report. Because acting on the auditor's report is just acting on the auditor's report. There's another question that we're going to speak out of after this that's not warned. We were going to do a little shifting of things around. And that's where I thought it would be best to have that discussion. Is that okay? But are you comfortable voting on the auditor's report without that information? Because again, we're just voting on what's there. What the future holds is a different issue. Okay? Okay. I'm speaking in cryptic language, but sorry. Yes, sir.
Quick question. Would it be better to swap the order that we're talking about these? Talk about the...
Well, good thought, but we already have a motion on the floor. Where were you 20 minutes ago? Okay. Okay, so there's still a motion on the floor to accept the July 1st, 2015 to June 30th, 26 Town Independent Auditors and CPA report. Any further discussion? Okay, before we take a 2/3 vote, is there any other discussion? Good, we don't have to take a 2/3 vote. Okay, seeing no further discussion, we're going to have a vote. A yes vote approves the July 1st, 2015, June 30th, 2016 Independent Auditors CPA report. A no vote does not approve it. Understand? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion passes. Yes. Wait, let's get this. Where's Emily? There you go. Got your track shoes on?
Mr. Moderator, Craig Hunt. I make a motion to suspend the rules to allow the Select Board to report on the status of waste management in Townsend and to discuss the future of municipal governance.
Okay, so what's going to happen is I'm going to take a 2/3 vote to see whether or not we can suspend the rules and kind of talk about a little bit of other business, kind of in the middle of the meeting, because it's pertinent right now, and most of you won't be here when other business comes up at the end of the day. And then we can talk about what he said about waste management and the future of municipal governance. Okay, so 2/3 we need to suspend the rules and move into that. All those in favor to suspend the rules, raise your hands. Okay, and then all those opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, definitely 2/3. I see 2/3. Mr. Parliamentarian, am I on the right track?
I suppose.
Okay. Okay. I take suggestions. So it's been moved to suspend the rules and discuss. So this is non-binding business. Somebody can make a motion from the floor, and the town can vote on what direction they may give the select board. However, it is a non-binding vote. Okay, because this was not warned. So let's discuss waste management in Townsend and the future of municipal governance. Nobody has anything to say? Yes, sir.
I'm Phil Moriarty. I would just like to ask the select board, I think this needs to happen. Why isn't it on the warning? Why don't all the people in town know that this is going to be discussed, and so we have more people?
Okay, so the question is, why wasn't this on the town warning so more people could be here, so more people can discuss it?
Basically, this wasn't on the warning because our intention was to have this discussion under other business at the end of the meeting. These are questions that have come up recently because of the format that you received your numbers in, and the fact that there was a lot of concern that there wasn't an actual town report. One of the issues that has arisen with the lack of the auditors is also the lack of volunteerism in the town. and the need to have some type of a professional staff. So rather than having it on the warning, because we didn't have time to put all those pieces together as well as worry about the numbers, we had hoped to have that discussion under other business. But so many people have asked us about it that we felt we should address it while the majority of the crowd was here, at least the town governance piece.
Any further discussion? Yes.
Al Allen from Bushway Town. I was wondering, what is your vision here, or how do you see the options we have? We're talking about going for professional staff. How does that process work, and what kind of input do you get from the people here in town?
I'd really like to take this in order because one kind of does feed into the other. If we could let Irv Stoll discuss the issue with the solid waste, the garbage that we're having right now, that's part of the whole discussion of governance within the town as to how we're going to oversee waste management in the area. So I'll let Irv have the microphone. He can address the most recent, or he has the most recent information from Wyndham Solid Waste as to what's going to happen with the recycling, what's going to happen with the cost, what's going to happen with the composting, etc. And then we'll move into a bigger picture of what's going on in town.
Yeah, as of the Wyndham Solid Waste annual meeting, they voted to do away with the picking up of the recyclables. And they're talking of closing the material recyclable place in Brattleboro. So all the prices of picking it up, which the state mandates, or we can get out of the garbage business and let everybody have their own, pay their own garbage man to pick up the recyclables and all that stuff. And there's three towns that are trying to see if it's feasible for some of the towns to go in and run the material recycling plant. But as of July 1st, you're going to be required to not put any composting material in the rubbish. And the big problem is that the people are throwing plastic bags and all the other stuff in with their tin and glass and all that, and it's cost them a lot of money because they have to sort it, and then plastic bags they have to pay to get rid of all that stuff, plastic and stuff that's in the wrong container. And the plastic bags don't go in any container other than the garbage.
Joe?
So you're saying the state is still mandating that we recycle, but Wyndham Solid Waste is now taking away any place we can recycle without having to pay through the nose. I generate one bag every 3 weeks. I don't want to pay a standard rate for my trash pickup when somebody might be generating 6 bags a week, you know? And that's one reason I never went to a single company picking up for me, because they don't make that justification. So what are we supposed to do? If
Either that or the town is going to have to hire somebody and get some containers, and the town will have to pay for getting rid of it.
You're already, sorry, let me go through people who haven't spoken yet, right? We'll come around. You haven't spoken to this discussion yet.
Oh, she turned it on for me this time. Okay, personally, I'm kind of on a soapbox here, but I agree with you. I think that people should be responsible for what they generate. And, you know, if people are gonna like get plastic bags at the grocery store and buy, you know, lots and lots of disposable items, then it should come out of their pocketbook is how we figure out what to do with them, because it's a personal choice and a personal responsibility. One of the things that people can do is get cloth bags. You know, there's a lot of things in this world today where people can address this issue and not push it onto someone else as a responsibility. There's my soapbox. Okay, thanks.
Further discussion? We got two over here, and then we'll go to the back.
I'm Dale West, and I'm actually ER's alternate on the Wyndham Solid Waste Committee. I've been monitoring this for a while now, and as when I was on the select board, Carol and I worked together to do what we do now, and a few others in town helped out with the committee. We actually individually pay for the trash. There's not much that really, that whole budget item is created through the cost of buying the bags. It just means if we got to do recycling, to me personally, my personal opinion, is it may need to increase the cost of the per bag in covering that. That's what the law requires you to do, is the cost of recycling is covered through your bag costs. So in theory, the budget, the trash pickup, or you budgeting your own, is all, even the private haulers will charge you for the recycling through your trash. And that's the state law. My personal opinion is as what we have, the transfer station, is very handy for a lot of individuals in town. And yes, there is a lot of people in town that have their own private haulers. But sometimes things, if we can make it a wash in bags per cost and still provide a service, I feel is a great benefit. And that's my own personal opinion. And sometimes we forget about the little people, and not the big people don't necessarily understand what some of those little people are struggling with. So when it comes to the trash, I feel very vulnerable in some people that what system we do have is working and can work. It just may cost us a little more dimes out of our pocket.
I'll get back. We'll get back to you if you have something else to say. Somebody didn't. Eugene, did you want to say something in the back? Yeah. And state your name. We know what town you're from.
Gene Cook. I live up the road. Trying to understand the difference. On one hand, we're talking about recyclables. On the other hand, we were just talking about trash and the bags we put the trash in. So trash will continue to go into Brattleboro to the transfer station. Is that right? We put it, we throw our little purple bags in the truck and they go take them to Brattleboro.
They will, unless people don't want to pay, and
Well,
they're going to have to go up on that price.
Okay, but that's...
Because, just a minute. They're going to have to take and pay to get rid of the compost. They're going to have to pay to get rid of the recyclables. And you've got to do it according to the state law.
Right, okay,
Now,
so...
you can't do it, and the state says you cannot charge for getting rid of the recyclables, so they're going to have to go up on the garbage bag price to probably offset it.
Okay, so trash will continue to go the way it was, but the solid waste people are not going to do recyclables anymore. They're closing the recyclables facility. So we have to figure out what to do about our recyclables. Am I stating this correctly?
Yes, you will.
That's what I wanted to understand, is exactly what's going on here.
So what?
So we can pay somebody, either the town or individuals can pay somebody to pick up recyclables for us, because we can't send them into Brattleboro after, what is it, July 1st or?
Yes.
Whenever they're closed. Okay, thank you.
Okay, what? So, it's Adrian. Hang on, we'll get to you.
I'm Mike Adrian from Townsend. So obviously we don't have a lot of time to fool with this. July 1st is right around the corner. it sounds like we need some containers to put the recyclables in until we fill them up, and then where do we take them once they've become full?
We'd have to hire a private hauler to take them to Brattleboro.
Brattleboro will take them.
Not the solid waste district, but there is a place in Brattleboro we'll take it.
Okay, so,
But that if we do, it may go single stream so that newspapers and corrugated and glass and tin may go all in the same container, a single source. But it'll cost you $65 a ton to get rid of it, plus the trucking.
well, all right, so at least we have options that we're not going to be building up a mountain of trash at the town garage there. But we just don't know what the total cost will be at this point then.
No way we do. Yeah,
Well,
hopefully.
$65 a ton would tell you a fair amount.
Yeah, but then the trucking on top of that.
Yeah, to Brattleboro and back, and we probably need 2 containers, one to be emptied and one to be filled. So, but it's all, at least we can put some numbers to it and try and figure out what we're talking about as opposed to just big problem, can't solve it. It sounds, all right, now I understand a little better. Thank you.
Okay.
Some of the containers may be available to the towns that the solid waste district has. We don't know yet.
And then Carol, you're next.
Thank you, Al. Al Harmon. I've got 2 basic questions.
A little bit, yeah.
All right. Number 1, will Brattleboro still be taking trash, et cetera? Because I basically have what I call a trash trailer, and I take my trash to the dump once a month and just pay for it by myself. Is that going to still be available?
Yeah, as far as,
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
As far as your household garbage and stuff, I mean, your papers and all that stuff will go to all the papers and stuff that the packaging and stuff for food, can still, as long as the town stays in business with it, it still go to Brattleboro.
Okay, and then the other question is there a website or a publication that kind of describes all the changes that are going to happen with the waste district that we can look at in more detail?
Nobody knows right now.
Have a website is that all public?
No, Wyndham Solid Waste is not going to be in the recycling business.
All
They will
right,
have a container. where
Okay.
I think we need some more
Gotta do
information.
Google search. Emily, right here, Carol.
Thank you.
They will have a container that you can put it in, but they're not going to be sorted or anything. It'll have to be paid to get rid of.
It just seems to me that, again, the state mandates a very good, effective program, then they take away the resources with which to do it, at which point doesn't it make sense financially for us to just forget about it? You'll have the trucks, the dumpsters sitting there, nobody uses them, just go ahead and put it in the regular trash, we pay for a bag for trash, that covers it, and we have conformed to the state requirements uselessly, but we have conformed, we'll have 2 empty containers sitting there, nobody uses them, we just put everything into the solid waste and throw it away that way. We would not then have to buy the additional dumpsters to turn it around. We would not have to buy trucks to actually empty them because they'll just sit there empty. We will simply put everything in the trash and defeat everything that was really good about recycling. That's my opinion.
Yeah, but you still got to recycle no matter what you do.
Yes. Mr. Hoffman.
Thank you. Hey, Irvin, did I understand you correctly before saying that we can dispose of our recyclable as well as our trash all in one bag as long as we're willing to pay per bag when we bring it down to the recycle?
No, the state says we cannot charge you for recycling.
No, I thought you said before you can put your recyclables in with your trash as long as you're willing to pay for it.
You're not supposed to.
I know you're not supposed to.
You're not supposed to, but what happens in there?
I mean, it's contrary to what the state mandated a few years ago.
Yeah, but it's not up to the people that pick up the trash or truck the trash to inspect the bags. That's the way I understand it.
Okay. We have a hand up. We have a hand up back there, a hand up over here. What? I want to keep this moving along. Go
My
ahead.
name is Walter Corcoran. My question is, how does the $65 a ton compare to what we're paying now? What?
Right now, it's in our assessment.
No. Who are we paying are going to pay the $65 a ton to?
You pay wood and solid waste assessment. Every town has to be a member of it, and that covers the recycling and the trucking.
Well, who mentioned the $65 a ton?
The $65 a ton was mentioned as a possibility to privately haul the recyclables away.
So how does that compare with what we're paying now?
We're waiting on quotes, so we've asked for quotes from private haulers, and we haven't got.
Why do you need quotes on something you're already paying?
Because they're not going to be trucking it anymore. Wyndham Solid Waste won't be doing recycling.
So you don't know what per tonnage rate is now?
We're getting quotes. So, because it goes to private haulers, so whatever Bob Recycling decides to charge you per ton is what it will cost. And then you have to buy the containers from them, or you get out of it altogether. And it'll be, you won't have 3 different bins for cardboard, plastic, it'll all be one bin.
Okay, these are all valid questions.
Right,
obviously, they're not.
It's part of the assessment.
They don't have numbers for you. It was just an announcement to inform you of what's going on. Uh-oh. Yes, Paul's hand was up first. Hang on, he was here.
Yeah, Paul Jers, I live down the road. But as far as the recycling that goes, I have pickup myself. I pay a private hauler. So the way it works is every other week. 1 week they take garbage, the other week they take recyclables. I think what you were trying to get to is what they do is the recycling's combined recycling, so I don't have to separate anything. As long as it's recyclable, I can put it in a container, and he takes it all as recyclable. So I think that's the difference. I would think that that's what the haulers will do down the road. So it seems to me where we are, I mean, this is a tough situation. No matter what, it ain't going to cost less money, right? I mean, it's not. It's going to cost more money. I think what you have to do, though, July 1st is coming up quick. I think you have to have options available for people. Anybody in town has the ability now to hire their own private hauler, right? I'm hoping that if more people did that, the private haulers might give us, a better discount if they're coming up and taking more. I don't know if anybody's asked that. But I think in the meantime, I think you got to make arrangements to move forward and set it up so that people that don't want to hire a private hauler, which may be more expensive for somebody with a small bag, has an option to drop the stuff off at the town like they've been doing. So I think we got to get containers for our recyclable stuff, look into getting those costs. It might cause an increase on your bag if you choose to use Townshend, but if you only have one bag, it might be cheaper for you than hiring a private hauler that I choose to do. I think it's a tough thing, but you got to move forward with those options. What I'd hate to see happen is not have that option, and people that can't afford to hire a private hauler, you look around when you drive around, I see garbage on the sides of the roads all the time. And I think what happens is people don't have the money to do anything, and they just, take things under their own means. So I think that's where we are now, that we should go forward, make those plans, and have people look at private haulers and maybe get some more information for them.
Okay, are we still discussing trash? Yes, we have to move on. Here, back there, Warren.
More meeting. Is there?
Sorry, we're trying to do this legit. It's going to take longer, but.
Warren Beatty, are you asking any private haulers to try to give you a number for your townspeople to try to get so people that can just, instead of going out and seeking their own private hauler to come to their house and pick up their trash, is one of your estimates coming to the select board going to be a couple of different, like Franklin's or Goodenough, going to come give the town, say, hey, okay, you got 150 people we can all pick up, we'll give you X amount of rate,
We have not looked in that direction. No, we have looked at private haulers to take garbage from the transfer station, to come in to bring the bins, to empty the bins. And again, one of the things we're forgetting in this discussion is as of July 1, we have to start taking compost as well, which means for anybody who lives by the dump out there, you're going to have wildlife. Because I have no idea how we're going to make bear secure containers out there and keep all the wildlife out of it when we start throwing food scraps out of the dump.
Well, there's definitely money in trash. And, you know, there's millions made every year. So is it a way for you possibly to probe some private haulers to see if you can do a lump town thing independent? I mean, is it something that you guys have access to?
I think we get that one, we would have to find out what kind of interest there is from the council to be part of that, some type of a collective to do that. Because quite frankly,
Well, it may affect your bottom number. It may affect your bottom number per bag, and it's cheaper to have one private hauler recycling through the whole town and give you X amount of dollars versus the number of figures it's going to take you to do what you think, you know, put something together.
Yeah, but also that statute requires that each individual pay for their own, not the town. That's part of the legislation. Right now, the solid waste district has put out 2 proposals to see what it will cost to haul the compostables and the recyclables. They haven't got the figures back yet, but maybe we can maybe able to do it cheaper that way, or we're still coming out of our pocket because they're not going to give it to us.
Okay, this discussion about the waste management was just to kind of to give the board a direction and some ideas to move forward with, and I think we've done it.
I'd like to suggest that the select board call a special town meeting at some point, maybe in April and May, so we get a chance to, when you have more complete information, because it sounds like something we're going to have to vote on long before the next town meeting.
Okay. Wait, come around. There's a hand over here. We're coming up front again, and then we're going to move along.
There is, in anticipation of this issue, and things have changed considerably, right, on Administrative Assistant to the Select Board. The board and I have been working on this for the last several months. There is built into the budget an estimate of the cost of recycling for the coming year. There's an additional $16,000 in here, which is not a fixed figure, but it is part of the proposed budget for next year, to accommodate the fact that the state mandates that the town provide recycling. We are a transfer station. We've just received a 10-year permit to continue the transfer station. We can have those roll-offs provided to us. We will just have to pay to have them hauled. There may be an increase in the bag fees at the end of this year for next year, but there is an additional $16,000 built into this budget in order to accommodate the hauling and the disposal of recycling, which we have to do.
Okay, last, more comment? Yes, Carol.
I wanted to go back to the question I withdrew previously about the accounting and what plans to avoid.
Okay, that's the town governance discussion. We were going to take these one. Excuse me? It is. Let's finish the trash talk. Is there any other? Thank you. I didn't even realize I said that.
Good job, Dave.
Yes.
The town of Newfane, they have private haulers that picks up the trash, and just their recyclables, they got a price of $30,000 a year. The town of Wilmington, the same thing. Their trash is taken care of, but it's still, the recyclables, $30,000 per year.
Okay, so you've given some suggestions about a special town meeting, about how to private haulers. You've given the select board some ideas on what to explore and how to present it to the town. Is there any further discussion on the waste management right now? Okay, now I'm going to throw you all for a loop. No, I don't see any. Sorry, I don't mean to cut it off, but we got a long day in front of us. I know we're in suspension of the rules for the warning right now in order to discuss this. We still might want to talk a little bit about town governance, which will come in a second. What I would like to do again is suspend the rules again in order to allow our representative, Emily Long, answer some questions about anything you might have on your mind, because she happens to be here and she goes to other towns. Is there any objection to suspending the rules and letting her talk? Or answer questions, I should say. So moved? Okay, well, doesn't need a motion. No, seeing no objection, Emily Long has the microphone. Emily, could you pass that to Emily?
Thank you very much. I really appreciate you letting me speak today. I'm going to you guys have been so busy since I've been standing here. Because we had all this conversation, just so you know, in Newfane too. I sat at a select board meeting talking all about this. So anyway, first of all, thank you for letting me speak today, and also thank you for sending me to Montpelier to speak on your behalf up there. We've had an interesting year this year. I know I haven't been there all that long. This is my second term, but it's quite different from the year before, 2 years before, and that is mostly because of the unknowns coming out of the federal government for our federal funding. We still don't know where we're standing with what may come down in Medicaid cuts and many other. In fact, I would tell you every single agency in the state of Vermont right now is concerned about loss of funding. So we're quite hesitant. We haven't passed a huge amount of bills out. We are trying to make sure that we're being conservative to protect what we do have. We are trying to make sure we have reserves in place in the state to make sure that we're ready in case we do have those cuts coming. My guess is we think that it may not happen so much this year, although you never know. But certainly in years to come, if things keep going the way they are, we may see quite a bit of revenue reduction in areas in the state. So we're working on that. I serve on the House Education Committee, and we have actually, Act 46 I know is a big conversation going around the state. Our Education Committee in the House has not actually taken up much of Act 46 this year because the Senate Education Committee has taken on the rewrites to that. They're working on a bill to do some modifications, especially around school districts that are looking for alternative structures, school districts that can't find partners, that feel like they need a little extra help in a different direction. Some school districts have lost partners, and so they're looking at extending deadlines under certain circumstances, maybe making some changes to some of the parts of the law on Act 46, but that's still in draft form. It has not passed the Senate Ed Committee yet. Once it passes out of there, it will have to go to the floor of the Senate, then it'll come to House Ed, and then our committee will start working on that as well. We have been working on modifications to Act 166, which is the Universal Pre-K program that was in place, started in, before I actually got up there. I didn't vote on that one. It came in 2012, I think. But it's showing some issues around access. Some children are unable to access the 10 hours, and so we're looking to try to modify that law a little bit. That's still in draft form. We're also looking at career and technical education in our committee. We're trying to find a path forward both on funding to make it easier to fund the program and protect, not harm our local schools who are dealing with declining enrollment anyway. To lose, if we can find a collaborative process forward, maybe we can make better use of our career and tech centers so that they're linked better to our workforce development, and that's sort of our work going on right now. We're working with the Commerce Committee as well, trying to come up with a bill. That's still in draft form as well. We need to get our bills out before crossover. So we have 1 week, because I think crossover is the 17th. So when we get back, we'll have 1 week to work on all of our bills. We're looking at ed funding. There's some proposals out there. I have some concerns about them. Part of the reason is because as we've been looking at them, we've looked at ed spending statewide, and as far as equalized spending per pupil, or per pupil equalized spending, Windham County in the state is the highest spending education spending per equalized pupil in the state. So, and we're quite a bit higher than most of the others. So much of the focus has been on reducing ed spending, pre-K-12 or K-12, and that's going to be a challenge for us here in Windham County because our spending is it is the highest in the state. So we're trying to find a path forward for that one. But there is quite a bit of focus. You all probably heard the governor presented a proposal in his budget to freeze education spending at K-12, and we rejected that. We feel that that decision still needs to be made locally. And so we're, trying to find a path forward because there is also continues to be an issue around property taxes. So that's sort of a summary of where we are, and I'd be happy, if it's allowed, I'll be happy to take questions.
I will allow 2 or 3 questions, but she is always available to be contacted, so we don't necessarily have to go long here, but are there any pressing questions that would like to be asked?
And I'll also say I left some, my contact information is in the back of the room. I left a stack of papers with contact information and the Doyle poll.
Any specific questions burning questions that want to be asked right now? I didn't mean to shut you down. Oh, yes, Mr. Stoll.
Yeah, my understanding of this Act 46 business is the state owns our school building.
No, that's not true. The state doesn't own the school buildings.
They was owning, that's what I was told at one of the meetings. That the state was gonna take control of the buildings.
That's not anything to do with the Act 46. I've not heard anything like that. I do know that school districts are the ones who own school buildings, which are, you know, a part of your town. So, and there can be sale of buildings if schools close. That happened in Brookline, and they're still trying to deal with the issues around that. But no, the state isn't trying to take over ownership of any school buildings.
Okay, I was misunderstood apparently. At the
Yeah,
meeting.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Any other? Yes. Question, Mr. Jers, right there.
Emily, Paul Jers, I got a question. I know we're talking about all the revenue things and Act 46 and that's important, but anything specifically happened for jobs and employment in the state that you can talk about, and specifically in Windham County, so we can bring some more revenue into the area? Because I think that's the only way down the road you're going to fix any of this. Otherwise, it's going to be a continual problem.
You're right. It is going to be a continual problem if we are not able to keep our young families here, attract young families here, have jobs for them and well-paying jobs. And yeah, it's the center of our conversation all the time. There is the issue that we're not the only ones who are trying to overcome it. And I've probably mentioned it in years past when I stood up here. There's a trend going on in this country for people to move from rural areas to urban or suburban areas. And because Vermont is nearly all rural, we're really feeling that pain. But Paul is right. We need to focus more on that. That's part of what our conversation is around career and tech centers, so that we can make sure that when students leave, whether they go to college or whether they go on to training, that they are prepared and successful in the workforce, and that they are able to take the jobs that are there. There are jobs, unfortunately, because our unemployment rate is 3.1%, but which is very low. It's like the 5th lowest in the country or something. But there are jobs that we are not able to fill with our workforce here, and so high-tech jobs, green building, it's huge for us in Windham County, and we know there's going to be a number of jobs coming in the green building sector, in all green sectors actually. So we need to make sure that students leaving schools, our schools, whether they're leaving our high schools or whether they're leaving career training programs, or whether they're leaving a 4-year college or a 2-year college, they need to have jobs available to them. And I will just say the one other piece that's so important to this is housing. And Windham County has a real problem with housing. We really do. And so we're trying to come up with, I know there's several committees, and I know the Senate's working on this quite a bit. I don't know the details around it, but we're trying to find a path forward to make sure that there is housing available that is reasonably, there's a reasonable cost to them, so people can afford actually to live here and find housing to live here. So that's it, sort of in a nutshell.
One more question. She beat you to it, Charlie.
Yeah, I think part of the reason it's not affordable housing is because the tax rate is so high. So it's a catch-22. You know, people that have the houses have to charge more money because they're paying more money in taxes. So I'm not quite sure how we go about solving that.
So there's two issues there. One, it really is a shortage of housing. I think Brattleboro itself has a 1% or maybe even a 0% vacancy rate right now. There isn't housing, so there's that shortage. But you are absolutely right. Property taxes are at the top of our focus right now because they have gone up a lot, which relates back to what I was saying about Windham County being the highest spending school district in the state. We actually lost another 858 students this year out of our Vermont education enrollment, so for the statewide. And our school budgets are predicted to go up, just our budgets, not our ed spending, but our budgets are predicted to go up about 3.3%. With that continual decline and that continual increase in K-12 spending, we know we have to find another path forward. So that's what we're working on. We're looking at different ed funding models, but even changing the ed funding models isn't going to change the spending issues. So we do need to find ways to collaborate, to work together, to share resources so that we can honestly not take away what we value so much, which is our public education and our local public education and our small schools in the state. So if we can find a path forward, I think we can help reduce that spending. We did reject the governor's proposal, as I said, to freeze education spending. I still believe, as a school board member for 22 or 3 years now, I still believe we should be making decisions as local as we can around our own education spending. I'm a fierce supporter of public education, but we need to face the facts that it's getting really challenging to be able to pay those property taxes. So, and we're looking at paths forward.
Okay. Does the town want to keep going? I got 2 questions. Charlie, go ahead.
Hey, Charlie.
Charlie Marchant. I found out the hard way about a state mandate that perhaps you could comment on. The issue that if you haven't had your vehicle inspected recently and you have a light on, you can't get it inspected. And a number of small garages are no longer doing inspections because of the cost of the equipment to fix this. I found out the hard way that I had to make 2 trips to Springfield because they had the equipment, and I've got to decide now with a vehicle that I only drive 6,000 or 8,000 miles a year that's in perfectly good running order, well, I'll just ignore the light and I won't get it inspected because I don't want to drive to Springfield. I want to go to 3 or 4 local garages right in this area. And that seems to be a state mandate through some sort of technology, which I'm not familiar with, but if you see these lights come on in your car, you know what I'm talking about.
So it is, it's not just lights, it's when your car needs to be inspected, all car dealers, and I believe March 1st was the deadline. I'm not on that committee, so I don't know all the specific details around it, but believe me, we've all heard about it. There isn't a legislator of Montpelier who hasn't heard about this issue. The cost of the equipment, it's to computerize the equipment for small and large dealerships is I think about $1,400 or maybe it's even $1,700 for the equipment. So what it requires is for the garage to purchase that equipment. The reason this was passed was because there were a number of incidences where people would go to one dealership and they would fail at one dealership, then they go to another and they would pass at a dealership. I'm not passing judgment on any of that. I'm just saying that's the law that passed. I think, right now what's been happening is dealers have been raising their cost for inspections. And honestly, we've had our car inspected recently. It was pretty darn expensive to get it inspected. So I recognize the issue around it. And I haven't heard of any modifications to this, but I do know that it's been quite an issue, especially for our small garages, which I think is certainly something that we need to be thinking about. I don't know how many have closed. I haven't heard of any that have closed, but I heard that one in Wardsboro was going to close, and so that's not okay. But I'm hoping that either rates can be raised to mitigate that cost, or maybe we can find another path forward. I'm going to still keep looking into this, but the law did pass last year on it, so I think it's just the implementation of it coming now that's hitting everybody. And just so you know, the one last thing about that, there haven't been any changes in the inspection criteria. That's all the same. So you're not being inspected more harshly now. They aren't looking at more things, but they are having to do it through electronic devices. So it's a computerized system.
Okay, last question. Did you want, Mr. Adrian, you had your hand up? Last question.
it was more than rather a question. It was, I think there's a possible solution to a lot of our problems that we've been unable to enforce, but we have right now, the baby boomers are all reaching retirement age. And you usually, it's a well-known statistic that about age 62, they start buying their second retirement home. If we had a bunch of retirees moving in here, they're a pretty nice situation because they come in with not needing a job, don't have kids to educate, they've got time on their hands, they can volunteer for things and support things, and they can be very beneficial to the community. The retirees in general, when they're doing this, have three things in their minds on where they're going to settle. Three things that they're looking for. One is quality of life. We've got that in spades. It's beautiful most of the year, today, all right, but most of the year it's gorgeous. You've got golf courses, ski areas, all the things that they're looking for. Art available. They look for medical services, and we've got that. We're one of the best rated medical services in the state. The thing we are driving them away with is affordability. The last thing you want to be is outliving your money. And when you look at someplace that's too expensive to live, you don't go there. If we could find ways to make things simpler and less expensive, they will come. They're going to Nebraska now and South Dakota. That doesn't sound good to me, but they're doing that in fact. Where they're close to us in Boston and New York and Connecticut, and they'd love to be moving here, they can't afford it. So every time you're making a decision up there about adding a program or adding a cost or adding a job, think about the fact that what you're doing is driving people away and you're building a wall to what could be great business.
Thank you. You're right. Affordability is at the top of our focus, and you all know the governor has made it the center of his platform as well. And I agree with the affordability thing. I will tell you, though, we do have a lot of retirees in this state, and when I talked about Windham County being the highest ed spending per equalized pupil, we are also what we've called the oldest or grayest county in the state, and that's another issue. If any of you have gone to one of Grace Cottage Hospital's needs assessment survey, when they talk about what their needs assessment survey is, there's some real concerns about whether we have the resources available for our aging population, especially here locally in Windham County. So, and it's true across the state, because we're the second oldest state, grayest state. Maine is the only one that beats us in the country. So those are things we have to deal with for sure. But I agree with you about the affordability thing, and we need to be focusing on that. Totally.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming.
You're welcome.
Here.
Thank you all.
Okay, remember her contact information, Emily Long's contact information is in the back if you have any other statements or questions for her. Okay, we're back in the quasi-other business section of the meeting. Two things that the select board wanted to talk about. Next one would be the future of municipal governance. Is there the select board is just looking for direction, okay, for discussion of the town. Do you want to speak to it first? Oh, there we go.
As we tried to put together the town report for this year, and we did in fact have a volunteer, someone who'd been in the town for a long time, volunteered to step up to the plate and help us put one together, as well as a gentleman who was new to Valley Cares, volunteered his services. The fact that we didn't have the numbers to be the backbone of the town report kind of made it redundant to put together all the reports and the pictures, etc., into a document that was going to cost us $4,000 or $5,000 to put together and send out. So we didn't do it. One of the discussions that has come about because of the flyer this year is the need to have some type of a more centralized and or focused government structure in the town of Townsend. For the last 2 years, in my select board report, I have made mention of the fact that we need either a town administrator or a town manager. And the fact that the select board, everybody's got a job. Some of them have 80-hour-a-week jobs. They're not here to answer those day-to-day issues that come up. Yesterday I was in the office, for example, and the state police called, wanting to know about coverage in the town of Townsend. I just happened to be here and could address that question. But we need somebody here that can actually do that. And it's got to be somebody that has the authority to oversee the different departments, to make those hard decisions in the absence of the board getting together, because twice a month doesn't cut it for making a lot of these major decisions. For example, not knowing that our numbers weren't going to be available, we asked repeatedly through the months of July, August, September, are we going to be ready? Will these numbers be ready for the audit? And we were sure they were going to be. Well, guess what? When the auditor got here, they weren't. So we need somebody to oversee and make sure that all the pieces that are supposed to be running in the background continue to run. So last year, we put together a small committee to explore the cost and or the benefits of having either a town manager or a town administrative assistant. That committee, I don't believe ever met. It was formed, but it never met. Again, we would like to get your feel for changing the governance structure of Townsend and moving more towards a centralized town manager and or town administrative assistant type format.
Okay, that's it? Okay, discussion. Oh, wait for the microphone. Just go ahead first and state your name, please. Don't forget to state your name.
My name is Gayla Gulak. I understand the need for town manager, town assistant. I don't disagree with the need, especially because there's so much coming out of Montpelier. You almost need a professional to be the translator between the state and the towns. But what I'm concerned about is and maybe other people are as well, is that I still want the small town government. I don't want to have a disembodied person, a person who's disconnected from the town, who manages the town. I would still like them to be under the aegis, under the control of some form of the select board, who we elect and represents us.
Well, right. I mean, certainly a town manager would be under the auspices of the select board. They would be that's who the town manager would report to.
We would basically be the supervisor for a town manager, and they would need to please us.
Thank you, I just wasn't clear on the structure.
Okay. So the select board is just looking for direction, ideas, feelings of where the town would like to go with this. That's the discussion here. Yes, sir.
Andy Stone. How many of our neighboring towns have a town management form of government?
It's pretty well split between town administrators and town managers, but I do have a list of our surrounding area. We have town administrators in Dover, Grafton, Guilford, Vernon, Win Hall, and we have town managers in Putney, Westminster, and Wilmington.
The wave of the future. Wait, I had a hand here and then back over to Joe. In the corner. Oh, here, Christine. And then we'll go to Joe.
Now, Howman, are there state guidelines as to how the town manager is set up and works, or is this something that's up to the select board to determine what that format is and how that function is?
That would be up to the select board to put together some type of a job description for the hiring process so that you define the role of the town manager. We haven't looked into that at this point in time because that was the charge of the committee that was supposed to be put together last year. So we would be starting ground zero if the will of the people is to move forward with that type of a governance structure. Then we will put together that job description, we will put together that committee, and we will try to move forward on that.
Is it your vision that the town would vote on that, or would that be something that the select board would do on its own?
Well, technically the select board could, but I don't think any of us would. Let's put it that way. If we're going to end up having a special town meeting in, April, May for garbage? then this is certainly a question that could come up then. That's going to be pushing, getting the structure and all the pieces together that quickly. But it's a possibility that we would have more definitive answers as to what the job description would look like, et cetera, at that time as well.
Joe, did you want to say something? Microphone's right there.
Hi, Joe Winrick. I just wanted to clarify, you talked about town manager, town administrator. Is that just two different names for the same thing, or is there some sort of difference in how that would function or the duties of that person?
In my mind, knowing some of these town managers, administrators from the different town, I don't see any difference between the two, other than the fact that one of them are paid hourly, the other's paid salary.
Okay, any further discussion in the way back there? I saw half a hand.
Linda Dorman. I understand maybe the town needs that, but here again, we're talking more tax money. Who's going to pay for it?
Well, if I can round it out for you, we paid, we anticipated a $20,000 bill for the professional audit, and we ended up paying P-check about another $2,200. That was just to keep, I'm sorry, $22,000. That was just to satisfy the issues with the numbers that a town manager could have had their finger on. That's a lot of money. That's $42,000 we paid this year for really nothing other than to hopefully get some numbers in the end. You know, having a town manager, having somebody responsible for getting that information forward to the board you just can't imagine how much of a help that would be. And it would also save money. We wouldn't have had to hire a P-check if we had somebody overseeing what was going on in the finance office.
Okay. We got Ellie, we got Heidi, and we got Ryan.
My name is Ellie Lemire. I have a question I'm looking on page, well, there's no pages, expenses. Would there still be a need for an administrative assistant and with benefits if we have a manager and a select board?
Once we had the town manager structure in place and they became familiar enough with the town to be able to follow through, there should be no need to have a select board administrative assistant. The select board probably could still use some additional help. We're still going to need somebody to do minutes, and we're still going to need somebody to handle some of the day-to-day business as well, but not to the extent that we have it now. Yes, Heidi, then Ryan, and then we'll come back over here.
I just want to suggest that if we hire a town manager, we make sure they have grant writing experience, because I think the one thing the town has lacked for many years is someone who could really go out and seek grants to help pay for some of the stuff this town needs.
I won't disagree with that, but I will also say that what you're all not aware of with grants is the state has attached so many strings to receiving any kind of state or federal money. To put it in perspective, every year I have to, for the next 30 years, is it? No, 20, 25 at this point in time. I literally have to go into a piece of state software and sign off on the federal loan that washed through the town for Valley Cares. It is in perpetuity. You are answering to somebody for those grant monies. So while I understand, yes, it's nice to accept that and to get those grants and to get those things done, the red tape on the backside is why we need a town manager.
Okay, Ryan next. Wait. Oh, he didn't want to talk? Oh, he does want to talk.
I just don't need a microphone.
Oh.
I'm good. Ryan Hockertlatz. What options are available? We've got all of these other surrounding towns who are dealing with the exact same problems, who have a lot of times the exact same positions. Is there any way to create synergy with another town, some kind of a combined governance structure in some way? I'm not saying we need to dissolve the town, but if somebody's got a part-time auditor in one town, why are we not able to reach over and work with that town and say, can we bring that person in? They've already got the qualifications, they might be familiar with the state regulations. How are we not cooperating with all of the other towns around us who have the exact same problems?
I'm not sure where you're going with the auditor piece, because again, we decided last year at town meeting to hire a professional auditing service to replace the Office of Auditors. But I mean, the possibility could always exist that you could share a town manager or a town administrator. But my experience, and I will look to probably Heidi Russ for this, was in sharing a principal at the elementary school. You find yourself not always having the person available when you actually need them. It does get to be a tug and a pull as to who has the most critical problems and how much time available that individual has. We have not spoken to Newfane, for example, to see if that's something they're interested in. The committee certainly could explore a part-time option with another town, but in the towns that I've seen that I listed, I know that they work their town administrator or town manager at a minimum of 40 hours, if not 50 to 60 a week.
It just seems that the state says it's good enough for our schools. Why can't that be good enough for our towns to combine some level of governance?
Yes, sir. Paul Patus, I live up the road. With all due respect, Ryan, to what you said before, I don't think each town is the same and we're dealing with the same issues. We have the high school here and some towns don't have the high school. I think adding to what Heidi said as far as a benefit of a town manager or whatever form title that takes is the ability to write grants or to seize an opportunity that may arise. And it seems to me like there are some critical issues coming right now as far as waste management and then the results of the Act 46 vote. And having somebody there who all of us could talk to whenever we needed would be helpful for us, perhaps eliminate some big meetings that we would have. So I think there's an incentive to have a town manager or some person of that capacity right now or soon.
Okay, we'll go to the other side of the room. We got Kit and then Walter. I see Walter's hand.
Kit Martin, I live down the road. If our memory serves me correct, I was going to keep my mouth shut today, but I guess my memory serves me correctly. Last year, when I agreed to go on the select board, part of the reason for that was that we would come this year with a proposal for a town manager or what to do. And as Kathy has stated, and I will say at the beginning, Kathy spends countless hours here between Kathy and Craig. I think, and I've followed for a number of years, that we ought to do this. We did form a committee. The committee never met, and it seems like we continually do the same thing year after year, as we did on the select board, week after meeting, as we did today talking about solid waste. We discuss these things in circles and circles and circles, and always are going to come back with a proposal and never seem to come up with a resolution. I would like maybe to research the minutes of last year or reaffirm this year to have the select board come back with a proposal, what the expense and the duties of having a town administrator. That's what I would like to see happen.
Are you making a non-binding motion?
Sure. Yeah.
Second. Wait, what was the motion?
To have the select board present the town with a proposal and a cost to make this change.
Okay, proposal and cost of hiring a town manager.
It didn't happen.
Hiring a town manager?
And I apologize to the town because I was the proponent and said that I would get that done. Circumstances and whatever, it didn't happen. And we talk about volunteers, and people work 3 full-time jobs, and this doesn't happen. And sitting on that board has become a full-time job. It truly has.
So, I just reiterate, you know.
There's a motion on the floor to instruct the select board to bring to the next town meeting. Okay. Do you want to put a time limit on it? Okay, so what's your time limit? I don't know, there was a motion made. A motion made, and it was seconded. I'm just trying to get the motion straight. I need to know what the motion is.
I would make a non-binding motion to require the select board to have a proposal for town administrator / manager and the cost of that, and outline the duties to present to the town.
Okay, present to the town, period. Okay.
Can we add to that a date, and can we add it to the, combine it with the date for the meeting for the waste?
Okay, you know what? You can do whatever you want because it's non-binding. If they don't come, it doesn't matter. Okay? So fine. At this supposed special meeting, at the next special warned meeting. Okay? So what Kit said, now this is non-binding. Okay? It's been moved and seconded. We're going to eventually take a vote on it. And who seconded it? Somebody yelling over here. Paul Sturz seconded it. Okay, but Walter has his hand up for a long time. Okay, so now we're going to discuss this motion of having a town manager or whatever. Yes, Walter.
Madam Chairwoman, you mentioned that we spent $44,000 and got virtually nothing out of the audit issue. Who was responsible for overseeing that money?
For overseeing the money that was being audited?
No, the money, $44,000 that we spent for nothing.
The select board, because we entered into a contract with the professional auditor as per instruction from last year's town meeting, and then upon their recommendation to clean up the books, we moved forward with spending the money with the CPA.
So,
This is not germane to the motion that's on the floor. The motion is to have them come back to the town meeting.
Well, no, we're still discussing whether or not the town. Oh, this is the auditors now. Yeah, I guess that's kind of true.
well, I'll wait.
That's it. Yes. Wait. Hang on. Yes. You don't have the floor.
Do I win?
You're gonna get the floor next.
I just want to make a comment on the motion.
Yes. That's what you should be doing.
Right. In case everybody hasn't been listening, telling the select board to come back with some kind of idea is just putting more work on their plate. I mean, think about it. They try to get volunteers to do this work for them, but why are you going to saddle them with more work? Why are you going to saddle them with demands when they're already telling you we've got too much to do?
I volunteer to help with this.
Okay. Now we're gonna have a rush of people. Come on, who's the next to volunteer? She started it off. Okay. Is there more discussion? Is there more discussion about the motion on the floor about what?
I just would like to say, you want to know roughly to get an idea of what this was going to cost. I can't give you a job description because we haven't gotten that far. But average salary for administrators runs between $44,000 and $71,000. And for a town manager, between $61,000 and $69,000. So that's the ballpark that you're looking for a 40 to 60 hour per week town manager or administrator.
Okay, any further discussion? Oh, boy. You know, we're still not on the warning yet. Go ahead, just bring it around.
The other question that I would suggest that in the proposal or whatever the select board presents to the town is that you consider costs as well as offsets for
Quiet down, please.
other ways to pay for this. I mean, you talk about $40,000 to $60,000 additional money per year to pay for a town manager. We've got to find some offsets for that too.
Okay, thank you.
Again, the offsets we will no longer need once a town manager becomes an integral part of the town. We will have no longer a need for the level of administrative assistance we get right now through Craig, who's at roughly $35,000.
These are just suggestions. We don't have to just listen, and let's just go through all the suggestions so the select board has a direction. That's all we're trying to do. Yes, right here. Yep, keep going, good.
Joanna Snelling, I live up the road.
Up the road.
In the discussion of this, we've talked a little bit about volunteers, and we've only lived here a couple of years. I have no idea how to volunteer to help with the town. We're retired, we have time, we have expertise, we've served on numerous boards, we have lots of experience. No one's called me, I haven't seen a sign up, I don't see the web page where I'm supposed to sign up. So I think that that is an issue that maybe needs to be talked about a little bit, especially those of us who haven't been part of the town for a long time. We don't know, through casual acquaintance, no one says, hey, would you do this, whatever. So I think that there is a resource there, maybe that is not being used.
Okay, there'll be elections coming up soon, remember that. But let's keep this on town governance. Let's just give the board some direction on town governance. We have a motion on the floor. Let's just keep that rolling.
Last year, we re-elect Gene Cook, by the way, still on the road. Last year, 3, if I recall correctly, members of the select board were re-elected without opposition. So might it not be cheaper to pay some of our select board members considerably more money than the $600-700 they get now to put in some serious time? What if we paid them $5,000 or $6,000 a year and it became a real job? That would still be cheaper than hiring a town manager.
I lived on $5,000 in my residency. It's not a real job.
All right, it's not a real job. But could it be a real? All right, so whatever you have to pay.
I'm just joking with you. I mean, okay, you've given them another idea. And that's what they're looking for.
A real part-time job.
Right, a real part-time job.
And I will respond to that by saying none of us have the expertise to handle the variety of items that are thrown at us, the legal questions that are thrown at us, the human resources questions that are thrown at us. You literally need somebody who has the time to sit down and do the research with all these different agencies as each of these problems comes forward. So, even making it a part-time, better paid job, I don't think would get us any further along than we already are.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Yes? Mr. Hoffman? Ken Hoffman is going to speak now with a microphone right next to you.
Thank you very much. Now, I'm thinking about a part-time town manager. I say that because I spoke to a gentleman 2 years ago about this matter, because this was brought up many times before, many years ago. So I went before this individual. He's well known in this town. He has all the qualifications you were just talking about, all of them. He's highly respected, but his problem was, he says, I can put part of my time where I'm working now, I can spend the rest of my time possibly as a manager if the town is willing to go along with it. But that was 2 years ago. I don't know if that gentleman is still in a position where he can do that, but I know this man is well qualified because he ran an establishment down there. As we all well know, it's well run, and all because of this one gentleman. And he is available, as of 2 years ago, to help out the town.
Okay, another option to explore. We have a motion on the floor. Do you have that written down? Right.
Can we make a motion to end discussion?
Yes, well, he just called the question. Sorry, he just called the question. Okay, Paul Jers. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. I don't have the motion written down, but we have a motion on the floor to instruct the select board to present to the town a proposal for hiring a time manager / administrator, including costs and job description, at the next special warned meeting. Okay. See, and I gotta ask the vote, because there was asked, is there 2/3 of people that want to end discussion? Yes. Anybody opposed to ending discussion? Okay. A yes vote passes that motion. A no vote defeats that motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. Okay, I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. I believe the select board has direction to utilize now. Moving on to our regular scheduled programming. Article number 3. To see what salaries the town will vote to pay its various officials for the ensuing year. Town clerk, $35,415 a year. Town treasurer, $2,342 a year. Select board, 1 share at $900 a year. 4 members at $775 a year. And town clerk assistants and casual labor at $14 per hour. So moved by Irv. Do we have a second? Second by Will. Choose a board member. Okay. Discussion. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing no discussion. There's discussion. It's back there.
Part of the discussion in salaries comes with job descriptions that go along with those salaries. It's already been mentioned that the select board receives a stipend for doing their job. You continue to fund the office of treasurer at less than $3,000 a year. That's what you get for that payment of $3,000 a year. The biggest part of the select board's labors right now are confused is the wrong word. The biggest part of the select board's labors right now are trying to manage a finance office. The finance office budget has more than doubled in the last 3 years. Part of that is due to the audit and budgeting for an audit, but a lot of it is due to bookkeeping costs and other obligations that the finance office incurs with a part-time bookkeeper. The select board is essentially responsible for all the financials in this town. They don't have the qualifications. We've had difficulties in finding people who do to run the bookkeeper's office. Our present bookkeeper is working 12 hours a week on limitation and cannot keep up with the job. We have a good treasurer in Joe Dano, but Joe Dano is, other than signing checks, is not acting in the same way of being accountable for the reports or being accountable for the finances of this town. As a consequence, you have 5 people up here at the table that are responsible for the finances. They hire a bookkeeper, they hire me. It gets massively confused. The qualifications aren't all entirely there, but by continuing to fund the office of treasurer at under $3,000 a year, you're keeping a treasurer as a figurehead only and not having an active person in charge of the financials, which is the biggest issue before this town right now.
Okay.
And the number for the audit was 7,500. The number for P-check was about 22. It's not 44,000. It's under 30. It's still a huge chunk of money.
Okay. We have the motion on the floor to see whether or not we'll pay these positions that salary. Is there discussion specifically on what has just been moved? Seeing no further discussion. Yes, in the back, one, whoop, out of the way. Oh, he's got the microphone.
Warren Beatty. I guess my only question was the first one as far as the town clerks. We don't list any of the benefits that are kind of compounded with that salary.
Did you hear me? I was wondering with the town clerk salary, it's not listed with the benefits that come, the health and other insurances. It's another $15,000. I was just curious why it's not like lumped up there at $48,000.
Basically, for the full-time employees, the health insurance is a separate line in the budget. And if you go well, you don't have that. But anyway, it is broken down. Each department or for each full-time employee does in fact have a health insurance benefit. Every year, the select board votes on an amount of money that is applied to those full-time personnel that can be used for their health expenses, no matter what plan they choose or what they're on. It technically is, they don't have to take it, so it's never considered part of their salary. It's always a separate line item. So they may choose not to. We have several members of the highway department, for example, that choose to be covered by a spouse as opposed to being covered by the town. And rather than putting that amount in the budget and raising it for all three of them, we only put those people who are participating, because there's no more point in us taking your tax dollars to sit in an account for highway department personnel who don't take the benefits. So that's why it's not listed as a lump.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we have.
It is listed in this file.
Okay.
And you'll notice this year that there is also one for the administrative assistant, and that was put in anticipation, more or less as a placeholder. If in fact we do move to a town manager form of government, that insurance piece is already in there, or the administrative assistant's circumstances may change this year, and he may turn around and need that coverage because he is a full-time employee and entitled.
Okay, further, yes, sir.
I guess I'll ask the question of the treasurer's budget is only $2,000. Are we happy to continue with the financial office the way it is with what we've had the situation going on? Has the select board had any idea with going down the road of changing, or it's not necessarily the select board, I guess it's all of us, taxpayers, are we happy with the way we do it? Or do we need to do something in a financial office as professional more or not? And would this budget continue for this year or not? Or do we need to think about that?
Basically, at this point in time, you could, I don't believe you could add back a change. Well, I guess you could.
We have direction that the select board is going to look at a new form of town governance, and wouldn't changing the financial setup of the town wait until after we find out whether the what the town governance situation is. If that's the case, we can move along. Yes? Would you agree? Yes? Okay. The will of, okay. Okay. I'm just trying to keep things moving and focused, that's all. I want to institute the town's will, but I also want to get people home before 9 o'clock at night. Okay, more discussion. Yes, sir. Can you yell out? Where's the microphone? Come on over here in the middle. Thank you, Emily. Oh, that's not Emily. Where'd Emily go?
Hi, I'm Caleb. I just have a question about the town clerk assistants and casual labor per $14 per hour. Is there a cap on how many hours? Like, is it so many, up to so many hours? Or, because I mean, the $14 an hour doesn't tell us how much we're actually approving for that.
The town clerk and or anybody who is hired at casual labor is under the auspices of whatever department. So for example, the town clerk has 3 assistants that would come in at her behest to do specific tasks. And she'll have in her budget, which I don't know off the top of my head what it is. It what at $4,600 for the clerical? So that's her cap. Whatever she puts in her budget, or whatever the the cemetery commission puts in their budget for lawn mowing or whatever, it's in the budget for snow blowing, that type of thing. Those are all casual labor, and they're, again, according to the budget.
That kind of answer the question? Yes? Good. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing no further discussion, it's been moved and seconded to see what salaries, it's been moved and seconded to pay, for the town to pay its various officials for the ensuing year. Town clerk, $35,415. Town treasurer, $2,342. One select chair at $900. 4 members at $775. And a town clerk assistant in casual labor of $14 per hour. All those in favor, a yes vote passes, a no vote defeats. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Okay. Thank you for my impatience, Bud. For putting up with my impatience. Elections. Now comes the fun part. Okay, Article 4, to elect all town officials for the ensuing year. If there's no objection, I won't read through them all right off the bat, even though I'm supposed to. But we could just start at the top and work our way down. I'll allow somebody to introduce themselves briefly, just so that they can we can know who we're voting on. There'll be no speaking to the nominee. And select board, listers, auditors all need to be paper ballots. So, okay, town clerk, a 1-year term, right now filled by Anita Bean. I will now entertain nominations. Anita Bean's been nominated. Does she accept? Sure, very enthusiastically. They don't have to be seconded. Just so you know, nominations don't have to be seconded. It's fine. Everybody does it. Huh? Okay, so Anita Bean's been nominated. Do I hear any other nominations? If there's no objections and hearing no other nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast 1 ballot for Anita Bean for clerk. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Town treasurer, 1-year position, right now held by Joe Dano. I'll entertain nominations. Joe Dano's been nominated twice. Any other nominations? Huh? In stereo. If there are no objections and hearing no other nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast 1 ballot for Joe Dano for town treasurer. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Do I need to vote on that? Or do I just need to say that? Select board. We have 3 positions, 1 3-year term and 2 1-year terms. We'll start with the 3-year term held by Kathy Hagee. I will now entertain nominations. Kathy Hagee in stereo. Does Kathy Hagee accept? Think hard. She doesn't say no, so I take that as a yes. Any other nominations? Hearing no objection and seeing no other nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast 1 ballot for Kathy Hagee to a 3-year term on the select board. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. For those of you out in TV land, that was her husband. But the ayes have it. Sorry. The ayes have it. Thank you, Kathy. Select board, 1-year term. We'll start with Irv Stowell's term. He's holding that right now. I'll now entertain nominations. Irv's been nominated to my right. Any other nominations? If there are no objections and hearing no other nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast 1 ballot for Irv Stowell for a 1-year term on the select board. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes, I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Another select board 1-year term. This was held by Kit Martin, who resigned, and is now held by Will Bissonette. I will now entertain nominations for a select board one-year term. Well, Will Bissonette has been nominated. He accepts. Any other nominations? If there are no objections and hearing no other nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Will Bissonette for a one-year term on the select board. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're all safe now, so we don't have to worry. Okay, Lister. Lister, we have a 3-year term held by Eugene Cook right now. I will now entertain nominations for a 3-year term on the Lister board. I heard you. I'm waiting for Gene to say something. You good? Yes? Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mike Bill. Mike Bill's making. Oh. Yeah, Mike Bill. Any other nominations? Hearing no objection or no other nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Eugene Cook for a 3-year term on the listers. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Property tax collector, 1-year term. Joe Dano holds the position right now. I'll entertain nominations. Joe Dano has been nominated to my right. Where? Oh, he's downstairs because of the other election. Okay. Any other nominations? Joe Dano's been nominated. Do I hear any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, and if there are no objections, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Joe Dano for a 1-year term as property tax collector. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Delinquent tax collector, 1-year term, right now held by Becky Riley. I will now entertain nominations. Okay. We have to do the hyphenated? No. Okay, I have to ask who it was too. I know, I had to ask who it was too when I said Becky Riley. So, Becky Riley's been nominated. Do I hear any other nominations? If there are no objections and hearing no more nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Becky Riley for a 1-year term as delinquent tax collector. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. First constable, 1-year term, right now held by Warren Beatty. I'll now entertain nominations. Warren Beatty's been nominated several times. His head's down. He says he's going to drink. Is that what that was? No? Okay. Okay, he's accepted. Is there any other nominations for first constable? If there are no objections and seeing no other nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Warren Beatty for first constable, 1-year term. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Second constable, 1-year term, right now held by Michael Cutts. I will now entertain nominations. Let me finish. Mike? Yeah? He's not here though, is he? He good? First constable? He's good? First constable says he's good? Okay, we're good. Okay, any other nominations? Second constable, 1-year term. If there are no objections and seeing no other nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for second constable, for Mike Cutts for second constable, 1-year term. Michael Cutts. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Michael Cutts. Town Grand Juror, 1-year term, currently held by Margaret Bills. I'll entertain nominations. Margaret Bills has been... Yeah, Margaret Bills. Okay. Any other nominations? Okay. Hearing no objections and no other nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Margaret Bills for a 1-year term as Town Grand Juror. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. I have a 1-year term for Town Agent, currently held by Carol Mellis. I'll now entertain nominations. Carol Mellis has been nominated. Any other nominations? There are no objections, and hearing no more nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Carol Mellis for a 1-year term as Town Agent. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Library trustee, 1 year, 1 5-year term, currently held by Marjorie Holt. I will now entertain nominations. Okay. Marjorie Holt. Any other nominations? There are no objections, and hearing no other nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Marjorie Holt, 1 5-year library trustee term. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Cemetery commissioner, 1 5-year term, currently held by Charles Marchant. I'll now entertain nominations. Charlie Marchant has been nominated. Oh. Any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations and no objections, I declare nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Charles Marchant as Cemetery Commission 5-year term. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Do you know we got through that without one paper ballot? I think that is history. That is, I mean, usually we're going to lunch now. This is pretty good. Okay, so we still have 55 minutes before lunch, so let's keep moving on. Article 5. To see if the town will authorize the selectmen to set a tax rate sufficient to cover all monies raised for municipal entities for the period of July 1st, 2017 through June 30th, 2018, and to borrow money in anticipation of taxes. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. The floor now has it for discussion. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion. It's been moved and seconded for the town to authorize the selectmen to set a tax rate sufficient to cover all monies raised for municipal entities for the period of July 1st, 2017 through June 30th, 2018, and to borrow money in anticipation of taxes. A yes vote passes the motion. A no vote defeats it. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Article 6, to see if the town will authorize its property tax collector to receive its real property taxes quarterly, August 25, 2017, November 29, 2017, February 23, 2018, and May 25, 2018. Monthly interest will be charged at the rate of 1/2% or fraction thereof, interest of 1% or fraction thereof, plus penalties will commence on July 1st, 2016. Wait.
It's June 1st, 2016.
The warning is 2016, and I'm reading the warning. Somebody can make a motion other than what the warning says, however. Yes. Okay, is there a second? Okay, there's a motion on the floor. You didn't have to amend that. It's just, the main motion just changes. There was no motion. This is just written. So, there's now a motion on the floor to say what I just said that I'm not going to read again, except that last number is an 8 and not a 6. Does everybody get it? Yeah. What? Oh, I said July. I meant June. Okay, sorry. So June's written, but it says 2016. The motion is for 2018. That's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no discussion. Now I will read it again, just so you know. Okay. It's been moved and seconded to authorize the town property tax collector to receive its real property taxes quarterly, 8/25/17, 11/29/17, 2/23/18, and 5/25/18. Monthly interest will be charged at the rate of 1/2% or fraction thereof. Interest of 1% or fraction thereof, plus penalties, will commence on June 1st, 2018. A yes vote passes the motion. A no vote defeats it. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. It was moved by Craig and seconded by Carol. Okay, there's a quizzical looks out in the audience. Am I doing okay? Everybody get what's going on? Yeah? Any questions? No? Move along? I can't talk any faster, man. Okay, Article 7. To see if the town will appropriate $420,389 to pay for the running and expenses for the running expenses and liabilities of the town. I will now entertain a motion. Okay. Moved by Craig, seconded by Herb. There's now a motion on the floor to appropriate $420,389 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of the town. Please discuss. Hands up if you'd like to discuss. Seeing no discussion. Oh, a hand went there, a hand went there. Yep, no, you're right. You're right. Start there. State your name. Stand and state your name, please.
Okay, I'm Laura Richardson. I'm not sure if this is appropriate for this particular point in time. I'm going through the numbers and the costs that the auditor came up with, and I'm wondering why for 2018, the municipal and public works electricity has gone from 4,000 to 10,300. That's like 5,000 plus increase. In what are the rates that high, or what's going on?
The town entered into a solar agreement at the old town dump several years ago, about 3 years ago, I guess now when you think about it. And we have found we receive, as part of that lease agreement, we receive solar credit that's applied to the town bills. Because of the amount of credit that was coming back, it was applied to only 2 meters in the town originally. That would be the town hall and the town garage. We found that we were building up credits to the point where we were going to start losing them to Green Mountain Power after they would time out after a year of those credits. And because we have to pay back part of the credit that was allotted to the town, we get to keep 5%, but we had to return a portion of the overall field production back to the company that is leasing the field. It became a bookkeeping nightmare to take money back and forth between 5 different meters and 5 different entities using different amount of power. So this year, we decided to put all of the electrical costs for the garage, the library, the town hall, the fire department, the town phone booth. No, street lights aren't in there. Those entities are all metered entities, and we put all their bills into one fund. That's the number you're seeing there. That's what we estimate all those different buildings are going to cost. And then we will have credit, the solar credits applied to that, applied to those meters as an entity. And we no longer have to keep track of how much credit the fire department got, how much they might owe the town back because the town had to pay part of that credit back. It was just a bookkeeping piece.
Any other discussion on the motion on the floor? Let me go here.
Let me answer Laura. Just to answer Laura a little bit, there is no budget for highway electricity right now, or library electricity or fire department electricity. And the library used to run about 2,000 a year, but other entities in town did too. We pulled those budgets out and absorbed them all into this one.
Holding the microphone and not using the microphone. Yes, okay, we can go there and then we'll come back over here, sorry.
Chad Greenwood. I was just wondering, has anything been done to the town hall as far as we put 20,000 in last year? Just an update on that.
We have repeatedly put money in to do repairs to the town hall, most specifically the porch section, which appears to be having issues with the roof on the balcony. And at this point in time, again, right back to the same function, there's nobody to pursue that. There's nobody here that can go out and get contractors' estimates to get it done. There's nobody to appoint to do that. It's another function, another reason why we need a town manager to follow through on all these little works jobs that we do have and we do fund, but that just never end up being done.
Hi, Caleb. I'm just wondering if you can talk about the administrative assistant benefits that jumped from 2,000 to almost 15,000.
The administrative, this is the first year that you've really seen the health insurance in the administrative assistance budget. Before there were some auxiliary pieces of insurance that he was receiving, which was eye and dental, I believe it was. This year, it's actually factored in for the health insurance as well. So as I explained earlier, it's also a placeholder if in fact we move to the town manager system type thing, that person being a full-time employee would be entitled to health benefits as well. So right now, it's being held for Craig in case he needs it, and then in the future, it would be applied to another full-time person that might be coming in his stead.
Okay, further discussion? We can do Ryan because you're standing there, and then we'll come back over here.
Yeah, what are the expected 2,000 in additional bank fees?
Under finance office.
That's a good question. That's right. We, at the beginning of the year, well, this again, it's convoluted. It all goes back to the finance office. We had gone from a service to do our payroll back to in-house to do our payroll, and it looked like when that wasn't going to work out that we were going to have to go back to a service. So at the time this budget was sent, we planned on having an outside bank do our payroll service. As it turns out, it's coming back in-house, and so that fee will not be used.
More discussion.
Question regarding public safety. Can you clarify rescuing, that fee, and the law enforcement? Could you just give us a description on what does it cover?
What does it cover? It covers 20. Let me know. Oh, I can answer. Okay. I'm on a roll. The rescue fee provides for 24-hour, 367 emergency coverage. If in fact you have some type of a medical emergency, they are contracted with the town for that amount of money. It's a per capita amount to cover the medical services. And that means that they're going to be there to respond, as opposed to some of the towns that do not contract and would rely on either mutual aid or some other entity to come in and pick it up. For example, part of Jamaica uses Londonderry, which is a volunteer service, and they get there when they can get a staff. This guarantees that the residents of Townsend are covered for medical emergencies. And what was the second part of that? The law enforcement, we're currently with the law enforcement, and it is in the budget this year. Last year it was a separate article. We have a contract with the state police, and it's a part-time. I don't remember how many hours per week it is. So 20 hours per week for them to do patrol and to just do general law enforcement, break-in, surveillance, that type of.
No.
20 hours. Yeah.
20 hours a week, 52, so $20,000 is what they're.
Right, and that's offset by some of the fines that we get in return. It varies between the sheriff's office and the state police. It used to be a separate line item, but the town continued to vote. The town continued to vote
every year for law enforcement services to the tune of about 20,000, and it has varied in the past between the sheriff's office and the state police. Currently, we're with the state police until July 1st or until June 30th, and we contract for 20,000. Rather than make a separate article, we've just built it into the budget, the general public safety budget of $20,000, rather than have a separate article for David to approve. And the board has a discretion as to where the best contract is.
I don't see them 20 hours a week here. Where are they?
That's also because I just spoke to state police yesterday, and in fact, they're doing a fair number of patrols at night. For those of you who aren't aware, the pharmacy was broken into, and they had drugs stolen. And again, they're here at times and on back roads where it isn't all patrol. There's other things that they're doing where they wouldn't necessarily be in the public eye.
Back on the rescue, if you call the ambulance then with this service fee in place, what charges get charged to the person using the service? Is there a discount to us being covered by this contract as opposed to living in Jamaica, rescue coming to your rescue and being charged?
I'm not sure where you're going with that. In other words, there are charges. Your health insurance, if rescue comes, you're going to be billed for a ride to the ambulance or a ride to the hospital.
Is that charge equal to if I lived in Jamaica and got a call?
Can everybody hear what the question is? Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. If you lived in Jamaica and had the exact same problem you did in Townsend, and we did the exact same thing and drove the exact same distance, then the charge would be the same.
So there's no benefit to living in Townsend and paying that $34,000 under this contract. We're getting exactly the same.
If you didn't pay the contract, you wouldn't get the ambulance.
You wouldn't get an ambulance. So you would never respond to Jamaica even though you're just over the line with Jamaica.
We're not. We cover Jamaica because Jamaica contracts with rescue.
Sorry, I misunderstood. I thought
Jamaica split. So Stratton Gate, Cole Pond area. North of that is Londonderry. South of that is Rescue Inc.
Still, my bottom line question is there some discount to us
So
as residents?
you can do the subscription program, which is, Kathy, what's the cost of the subscription? $60 a year, and then you get several free transports out of that. And then you won't get the bill of that cost for the trips.
But basically that $34,000 a year
Is in fact guaranteeing that there will be an ambulance that comes to your house. Whereas if you don't live in a town like Wyndham, there's absolutely no service from rescue in Wyndham. There's no guarantee that when you call an ambulance that somebody is going to show up. There's no guarantee for emergency medical services in this state, period.
Dale West, yeah. Just to clarify a little bit what they're saying is state statute requires the select board to not necessarily contract, but there needs to be an ambulance service designated. Designated is the key word to operate in town. And to do that, some places, I mean, it's like you have to shop. And we have rescue right here, and we can contract with them. But in some areas, like up north in the Northeast Kingdom, your ambulance is 50 miles away, and things like that. So we have some benefits. It does cost us some, but that's the only thing we have for options. So fortunately, I just wanted to clarify that there is statute on it, and that this town does.
Any further discussion? Seeing, Ryan over here. Yes, speak loud.
Sure. Ryan Huckerleth. Just to follow up on the public safety, are we to infer from the budget that the select board is planning on contracting with the state police again? That we're keeping the same amount? And what are we getting back in revenues the last year, or how much are we deferring from what they're bringing in?
All right. At this point in time, we haven't had the discussion about which agency to go with. We usually get a proposal from both the Sheriff's Department and from the state police. As far as the amount of money that has come back in revenue, we have seen a drop off in both services as to the amount of revenue that comes back. The state police revenue is generally less because they don't focus as much of their time on patrol as the Sheriff's Department does. But other than that, we haven't really had a 2018 discussion at this point in time.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, there's a motion on the floor to appropriate $420,389 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of the town. A yes vote passes the motion. A no vote defeats the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Moving on to Article 8, to see if the town will appropriate $431,867 for the running expenses and liabilities of maintaining the town roads. Who said? Kathy moved and Rick, you second? Who second? Carol second. Discussion. Seeing no, yes, discussion.
Chad Greenwood, just checking in special projects, you have $0. Where are we at with the West Hill Bridge that was supposed to be fixed by now?
Mr. Foster, would you like to answer that question?
Oh, yeah, I will, because remember we discussed me writing
Mr.
grants.
Bostrom?
Oh, my name is Kurt Bostrom, I'm the highway foreman. We discussed me writing grants, and I was told not to write any more grants until we get the past grants all audited and stuff, because the paperwork was behind in the town offices. So by doing that, I did not apply for the grants for the West Hill Bridge. I did apply for the engineering. We got the engineering done. That's sitting downstairs. All the numbers and everything are prepared for that. I've been called by V-Trans for that new bridge. They just made a new bridge list. And we have 2 bridges on that list that should be replaced, which is bridge number 41 and 43. I just talked to Megan about that. But as far as special projects this year, until I get the okay to write grants and get some more, there's more problems, to get the problems solved in the town office by the paperwork, that's not going to happen.
Okay, the grants that we were talking about, asking you not to do were the little grants like the bank on Plum Hill. We never said anything about Bridge 42. Okay. But anyway, okay. Neither here nor there.
Yes, let's not go.
The bridge, that the money has been in there for a substantial amount of time. It's my understanding that the engineering that was done for that is no longer valid. Is that correct? That's what I've been told. Is that okay. In fact enough time has elapsed that we're going to have to start over again.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's okay.
I want to say with a former selectman.
I will contact V-Trans to see if that's still going to have water.
That would be helpful to know where we actually stand with what has already.
Okay. This is yeah. Okay.
Well, that's part of the special project.
I know, but you're kind of. Go ahead, Chad.
So the 103,000 we approved last year, is that going towards the west?
That was not actually approved. That's from several years back. That's been carried. And what we had decided at this point in time is we no longer wanted to carry all this money for projects that were not moving forward. So we were going to again, we hadn't heard anything about that bridge being replaced. So we were going to return the money and then raise it again when we actually needed it. That was the point.
Okay. Any other what? Chad, you're shaking your head. You okay? Okay.
We all acknowledge it needs to be repaired. And at this point in time, like I said, Kurt and I evidently have the select board and Kurt have a disagreement as to what was said about that particular grant and that particular bridge, because we've never been under the impression that we stopped any forward progress on that bridge. None.
And yes, town manager would solve it. Go ahead.
Warren Beatty. The special projects would like go to guardrails and stuff like that too, or how's that work?
There was guardrail money in there as well. And again, that guardrail money has been in there for at least the last 5 years, and there's never been a guardrail put up on that particular section of road that I'm aware of.
Just the Grafton Road as you leave, those are kind of decrepitating bad. So as long as we're covered for them, we got the money in there, that's good, I guess.
Well, I don't disagree if we're going to do it, but again, it's just sitting there, it's languishing, it's not going anywhere where there's no forward movement. It doesn't make sense for us to sit on money. Because for every dollar we sit on, we have to turn around and raise $1 on the backside in taxes. And so it's just been the philosophy, if it's not going to be used after a reasonable amount of time, we would just end up returning it and then re-raising the money.
Dale West here. I've previously been on the board.
Dale.
What? Sorry.
No, just bring the microphone away from your face a little bit.
Oh, sorry. I was previously on the board when a lot of this was going down. And also, the feeling is that I have personally about it is the bridge job that's got to be done up on West Hill is going to cost more than $103,000. And those monies on the highway funds are designed to roll over through the statutes over the years is because, so you wouldn't have to do that big burden all in one year to do one project. And it was able to finance projects like that over 2 or 3 years, putting money into it and ease the burden on the taxes. I feel that we don't anticipate projects like that. And that's the financial thinking I'm thinking. I don't want to have a jump in my taxes $1,000 because of a $3,000 bridge project, and that's all we could do that year.
Herb Osborne again on that bridge. I was just talked to VTrans the other day. They emailed me, and they're just getting started on their new bridge projects, like I said, and to apply for that grant. We did discuss the bridge, 3 years ago, and the guardrails that you talked about, Warren. And at that time, we didn't pave. There was a huge problem with our reappraisal. And at that time, I did not pave that year, and I was told not to spend any money that year for the bridges, or for the paving and the guardrails. That money was taken away from me, if you guys remember that. And ever since then, I didn't know, I've never been told that it's been okay now, or that the money was there, because I never got the money for the paving. That was approved by you guys during the town meeting. And that money for the guardrails, I had no idea what happened to that money for the guardrails after that, because I was shut down that whole year on buying anything or paving because of our reappraisal problems. And that bridge, that new bridge thing, had just come into play last week when Megan emailed me, and also Wyndham Regional also emailed me on the new bridge list that they have. And I didn't even know about Bridge 43 being on that list till this week, so.
Okay, any further discussion? Yes, Ryan.
Projected 20,000 reduction in revenue. Is that partially grant money? Did we lose a contract with another town? Looking at 20,000 less in revenue?
Okay. No, you're not looking at total less revenue. The revenue is essentially the same. If you look at the revenue, is in the middle of the page, well, more towards the top of the page, just under general appropriation for the general fund. You're looking at the expenses. If you want to talk about what the difference is, you're losing $10,000 in material and supplies. It kind of it's a back and forth, give and take. Plus, we're also let's see, where did we decide to go with that? So we're also putting in additional. The 25,000 for the gravel crushing, which will be held until next year. Next year's gravel crushing. Yes. So it's matching this year's 25 for the gravel. So it's bits and pieces that add up to that 20,000.
Okay. Carol?
Diesel fuel's a big one. Oh, that's an equipment. Never mind.
What, in one it's plus a variance, and the other less a variance, what's the variance?
What's the variance is the question. Can you explain it so that everybody understands the question too at the same time?
You're looking at the FY17. That was the surplus. The variance would be the surplus that was applied this year for the taxes for the current year that we're in. We don't know what the variance for 18 was going to be. That's that whole discussion from the beginning of the meeting, not knowing whether we have, what numbers are, whether it's surplus or deficit. But again, the preliminary numbers look like every one of the funds is going to have some kind of a surplus applied. We just don't know what it is.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing no further, hearing no further discussion, and
Andy Jackins, sorry I had to be that guy. The question that I have is maybe a simple one. Under the Article 8, where you list the price at $431,867, and then when I turn over to the itemization, I don't see that number. I see. Could you explain to me why that is?
You need to add the highway fund proposed, which is $333,800 at the bottom of the page, to that 98,065 for equipment on the next page. The highway, those two funds are grouped together for the highway appropriation.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, another one?
One very minor thing, at the bottom of the page, it says under less revenues, 134,734. Is that supposed to be 113, or am I misunderstanding?
I don't know, you're talking about what's in parentheses at the bottom?
It says after total highway fund, less parentheses revenues.
Right.
The number in there is 134,734.
Right.
And my understanding would be that it should be the total revenues number, which was 113. Is that not from above?
Okay, let's see where yeah, I see what you're saying. The revenue.
I think it's just a typo, but I just.
No, I don't think it is.
Okay.
Well, no, there is no guarantee that you'll get that 109, but I'm not really certain where that was for last year. I'm not really certain where that number actually came from. That was for FY, or this current year, FY17. So what? That's right. Okay, we do plow parts of Jamaica and Wardsboro. And so there is revenue from those other towns that is not shown in the revenue section up there where it says highway and miscellaneous. But that is correct. That is the revenue that's subtracted.
So that number, that less revenues, should not be the same as the total revenues from the top.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Speak now, forever hold your peace.
Sure.
Hearing, you good, Kathy?
Yeah, I'm just looking to see if I can corroborate those numbers. No.
Okay. Oh, more discussion. You need a microphone, darling.
Heidi Russ. Just coming back to the special projects number, I feel really stupid, but I don't understand if the 103 wasn't spent, where did it go? Can it be continued? Can we continue to use it for clearly bridge projects that are coming up in the future? And if not, wouldn't that be, if it's coming back to the town like you said, wouldn't that show up somewhere else?
It right now is set aside as a reserve, is what it's set aside for. Basically, we're not looking to raise any money for special projects this year. That's what the 0 in the second column is. The 103, there was discussion about rolling that 103 back to the taxpayers. We're not spending it on anything else. We were talking about rolling it back until such time as we were ready to do something with that bridge, because there's been no discussion about when, where, why, or how that bridge was going to be done. So at this point in time, it could be left as just that 103 reserve and not add to it.
Gotcha. So it still will be available for the use in the coming year if it was necessary.
Exactly.
Okay, okay.
We're just not adding any, this year's
We're not adding money to the special projects.
Exactly. But the project has not been done, which was the original question. is what was going on with it and whether or not the project was going to be done.
Well,
I
and chances
believe.
are we'll need more money for this.
We're gonna need a
That's
whole lot
that's
more
what I'm
money than
thinking.
103,000.
Right. So should we be thinking about that, especially now that we have a couple more bridges that are gonna need to be dealt with?
The number can be amended, and as I said earlier, we do believe there is some kind of a surplus. One of the things that we could do is once we get these numbers finalized and see if there is a surplus deficit, what kind of number it is, and come back to you rather than providing it back to the taxpayers next year as an offset, we could technically use that and set aside as a reserve fund if that was your choice. But we would have to ask you to be able to do that.
And it doesn't make sense to amend it at this point because we don't have a number we need.
Exactly. We don't, number one, we don't know what the surplus is in that account, and number two, we don't know what the bridge is going to cost.
So if we were in a situation where we desperately needed to repair a bridge, you could call a special town meeting to get more funds, or no?
The select, aren't you authorized to borrow funds in?
In anticipation of taxes.
Right, well, you're gonna tax us, I assume, once you borrow the funds, right?
Yes, but I think, again, as many times as we're coming back to the town, it sounds like in the next couple of months, if this bridge pops up, it becomes a serious issue in the next 2 or 3 months, then it'll probably be added to that agenda as well.
That would be great. Thank you.
And we'll know, by that time, we'll know where our numbers are in the surplus deficit as well.
Second town meeting. Okay, any further discussion on the highway fund? I lost my place. Any other discussion? Seeing no further discussion, there's a motion before us to vote to appropriate $431,867 for the running expenses and liabilities of maintaining the town roads. And I bless you. An aye vote passes the motion. A no vote defeats it. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Article 9. To see if the town will vote to appropriate up to $120,000 for the purchase of a highway department front-end loader. I will now entertain a motion. Okay, I got Craig. Dale. Discussion? Sorry. Yes, sir. Microphone.
Thank you. The $120,000, I noticed in the fire department, they set money aside every year and then eventually buy a new piece of apparatus. Is this front-end loader we have presently, is it in such dire condition that we need it immediately, or is it something that we can pay off in increments just like the fire department?
How you doing? Kurt Bostrom again. This loader, or this piece of equipment that the town has is in not disrepair, but it's the oldest piece of equipment with over 5,000 hours on it. And we talked about this when Kim Ellison was our bookkeeper. And we talked about doing capital equipment replacement schedule, which we tried to do, but now we are way off. Every year I give the select board numbers of equipment that we should do to replace, to keep our equipment in good shape and get something for trade-in. This loader now is 17 years old, 18 model years old. It's 5,000 hours. I'm working on the bucket as we speak, not as we speak, but the bucket is being worked on right now. And these new rims, the rear end should be gone through. I just talked to John Deere about it. And I don't necessarily need a John Deere. I don't necessarily need a Caterpillar, but a new loader would be good for the town. Our grader now has over 6,500 hours on it. The trucks will need to replace. Instead of getting hit every year, not every year, we're going to have to replace equipment every year, but get hit with 3 or 4 pieces of equipment in 1 year. We should do our capital equipment replacement schedule as we are now, as we should be doing now. Our little truck should be replaced. We've got a dump truck that needs to be replaced. Our grader will be replaced. That's going to go on next year's budget. Hopefully the grader will be replaced. When we need this equipment, like for a storm or for a flood or something, we need the equipment. We try to keep it in good shape, and it's something we have to do. When that breaks down, a piece of equipment breaks down, a truck or something, it just doesn't affect that one route. It now affects the whole town because the other trucks have to be pulled off their route to cover that route, and everything slows down by hours. And I think this loader is definitely, if you figure it out, that would be like somebody, 5,000 hours, like somebody running that loader every day, 40 hours a week for 2.5 years. It's not like we don't use the loader. It gets used a lot. And right now it's time to be replaced before it turns into a pile of junk, and we got to put a ton of money into it. Then we're putting good money after bad. We get no money for trade-in. And it's really at the bottom end of the trade-in value right now. It should have been replaced a couple years ago, but that didn't happen.
Okay. I know in the last year we put $2,800 into that loader. So that gives you a little idea of the disrepair of it. For $120,000, if your car was out there and you only put $2,800 into it, I don't think you'd go out and replace it. So.
Al Harmon, just a question. Wouldn't it be better off if we established a slush fund or whatever and put away X number of dollars each year for equipment replacement, and then as it became important to replace it, then we've got the money, it's there, or we've got a plan to go get the money?
It's cheaper to borrow. It's cheaper to borrow. You don't make any money on interest in a CD. 1/3% per year.
It's cheaper to borrow was the answer to that question. Okay, I saw a hand over here. There it is.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if $120,000 is good.
You're gonna have to speak into the microphone. Sorry, I know you don't like to. I know you don't like to.
Warren Beatty, I was curious if we thought $120,000 was going to cover the cost of a brand new loader of any kind. It will.
It's about 150 with 30,000 trade.
That's right, he does need the microphone. I'll yell at him too. No, I agree. Microphone, please. Answer it. Yep, bring it up here. He answered it, or Kurt can answer it.
Yeah, I got prices from both Cat and John Deere on the same size loader we have now. I don't want nothing bigger, nothing smaller. This one fits us perfect. And that would be, I got budget numbers for it, so it should cover it when the time comes for a bid.
And just to jump in here, we don't have to raise all that money and pay it all off this year if that's where you'd like to go. We, in fact, can finance this. There's the municipal bond bank that we can borrow from. The interest rates are reasonable. So we can spread this out over the course of 5 years, and you won't get that hit for the whole 120. We are just now paying off multiple trucks. I believe we're down 2. We have one big dump truck, and the little truck still is not paid off. So we have had multiple pieces of equipment in this loan program for quite a few years. So to answer the question about putting money aside, that's essentially what we use the Vermont Bond Bank for.
Any further discussion?
Andy Snelling. I just want a clarification. Are we asking in this motion to raise $120,000 for the loader this year? Or as you were suggesting, to borrow it from the state bond bank?
Can't change the warning to borrowing. It's too appropriate. You can't.
So the discussion then about being able to borrow it is irrelevant to the current motion?
Right.
Pretty much, because we're asking you to allow us to spend that amount of money, not necessarily to raise it in taxes this year, but to spend, to physically go out and write a check for $120,000. We need your approval for that.
To appropriate up to $120,000.
But you can borrow up to 75.
The article reads to authorize the select board essentially to appropriate up to $120,000, of which they can borrow up to 75 over 5 years. I'm sorry, the article reads to authorize the select board to spend or appropriate up to $120,000. They have the latitude of borrowing up to 75 from the equipment loan fund, the state equipment loan fund, of that money.
Right, that is nothing, right, that's a select, that's not what we're voting on. Okay, we can't change this to vote to authorize the select board to borrow specific monies for the loader, because that was not warned. Okay? You're changing the subject or the object of the warning, invalidates whatever vote you make. So, you can't do that. Go ahead.
Let's call
Okay? Do we want to, is there anybody, if there's no objection, the question has been called. Seeing no objection, okay, we don't have to take a vote. Okay, no objection. It's been moved and seconded to have the town appropriate up to $120,000 for the purchase of a highway department front-end loader. A yes vote passes it, a no vote defeats it. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Okay, we got 10 minutes. We're going to move on? We can move on? Okay, Article 10. To see if the town will vote to raise $47,400 by taxation for the running expenses and liabilities of the library. I will now entertain a motion. So moved. Okay. Okay. Moved and seconded. Discussion. Motion on the floor. Want to tell them how great a job they're doing? Seeing no discussion? There's a motion on the floor to see if the town will vote to raise $47,400 by taxation for the running expenses and liabilities of the library. A yes vote will pass it. A no vote will defeat it. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. 9 minutes. To see if the town will vote, Article 9, 10, 11, sorry, Roman numerals. 11. To see if the town will vote to raise $10,000 by taxation to be placed in the capital expenditure fund fire department reserve toward a future pumper. I'll entertain a motion. Herb, second. Will. Discussion. Seeing no discussion. It's been moved and seconded to see if the town will vote to raise $10,000 by taxation to be placed in the capital expenditure fund fire department reserve toward a future pumper. A yes vote, an aye vote passes it. A no vote defeats it. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Article 12. To see if the town will vote to raise $1,750 by taxation for the old cemetery fund. I will now entertain a motion. So moved by Charlie. Seconded by Herb. Discussion. Hearing no discussion, it's been moved and seconded to have the town vote to raise $1,750 by taxation for the old cemetery fund. A yes vote passes it. A no vote defeats it. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Article 13. To see if the town will vote to raise $16,620 by taxation for the support of social services as recommended by the screening committee. Entertain a motion. Craig. Who? Will? Seconded. Oh, seconded where? I don't see. Dale West. Dale West. Okay, discussion.
Yes, this evidently what is printed in the floor.
We can't hear you.
What's printed in the flyer evidently is the wrong year. There, somewhere circulating on the floor is in fact this year's appropriation that will in fact match the number that's in the warning.
What?
Where is it? It's in yours?
What?
Yeah, yours. Well, where's your printed report?
It's in the back.
Okay.
It's on the back table. No. Does that one say 1662 on the bottom?
No, it's not.
Okay, it's on the back table. The right, I don't know. The number that's in the warning is on the back table. Now, you can amend that number if you choose to as well. I mean, this is just the number that's in the warning. And the motion that's on the floor, but it can be amended. But the explanation with correct numbers is on the paper on the back. Further discussion. Charlie first, sorry. Microphone. I can't, when I'm watching this again, just so excited at home and I can't hear what somebody's saying, I get
So the two-page sheet that is on the back is the correct sheet?
Yes.
Not the sheet that's in the report that was mailed out?
Right, correct.
Okay.
Which I don't have. Can you give me just a minute to get one?
Here. The one in the back is correct, the one in the flyer is incorrect.
Well, I heard this question raised before through Charles Marchant, town scuttlebutt, so to speak. The question about the Newbrook Fire and Rescue of a $3,500 request, that's the final amount, not what's printed in the...
Correct.
Okay. In their explanation, I take issue with the use of the term plus 19 DART helicopter landings. And I say that as Secretary of the Townsend Fire Department, and we also respond to those DART calls. It's my understanding that those calls are generated by Fire Mutual Aid out of Keene, which if they are, they should not be included in any cost estimate of a fire department providing services to the town of Townsend, in my opinion. And this is becoming an issue relative to the number of calls that are being generated for DART. It's up significantly. And, but Townsend responds as a volunteer organization, and it's my feeling, and this discussion has not been brought up at the fire department. However, it will be on the agenda this Thursday at our March meeting. But Newbrook shouldn't be compensated for these either. They're volunteer calls. The fact that their rescue squad is responding to a hospital call, that's a different story. That's a different category of the different types of calls that come up. That's not a mutual aid call. So I question the addition for that purpose.
I'd like to address that because I have been in contact with Newbrook Fire, and I asked specifically for a breakdown of the calls because there was such a dramatic request increase. And the answer we got for last year that this appropriation or this request was made based on is they responded to 17 house calls, 8 motor vehicle accidents, 3 calls at the independent living, and 10 at the assisted living, for a total of, 28, 30, no, 25, 28, 37 calls. So basically, in their response to me to justify the increase, they did not even mention the DART piece. That was in the original letter that they sent to the town, but when I asked for clarification, DART isn't even mentioned.
Okay, I think that's because when I heard about this and other people, we were talking about this, we took issue with that those calls should not be included in a Newbrook response to Townsend because they're mutual aid calls, and my understanding of the mutual aid agreement is when you're called, you respond. And in other words, I guess quite simply putting, if Newbrook's getting compensated for those DART calls, then the Townsend Fire Department should get compensated for 19 calls and 2 pieces of equipment as well.
Okay.
I'd like to move to amend the amount to be raised in this article to last year's appropriation of $14,625.
So, okay. I mean, that's totally fine. What was the number again? Just so I have that? 4625. But you're not giving direction on which ones to cut or do anything. You're just lowering the amount, which is fine. Okay, just the number. Okay, is there a second? Is there a second? Who's second? Name. Sorry. Caleb. Okay, sorry, I'll get to know everybody's name eventually. Caleb. So there's now we just discussed the amendment, and then we'll vote on the amendment, and then we'll go back to the main motion. So the amendment is now to change the number 16620 to 14625. There's their discussion on that. Yes, sir.
There should be, if you're going to change the number, there should be specificity as to how you're going to change the number and from whom that number might decline. The back office, finance office cannot cut checks to the social service entities. If Carol's motion, the intent of that is to level fund Newbrook with last year's request. That specifies that motion a little more.
Right, well that would, but that wasn't the motion.
No, it was not the motion.
Well, yes, you can, but I don't know if that's what you guys are doing. Is that what you're doing? Carol, would you like, it'd be easier rather than to have an amendment to an amendment for the original amendment motion maker to, right.
I would be happy to.
Okay.
I make a motion that we amend the amount to be raised under this article to $14,625 to match with the appropriations raised in the prior year as shown in this account.
Okay, so, okay, I mean.
The totals of these numbers shown in the booklet.
Okay, are you trying to give the same amount money to each of the entities as last year?
Yes.
The same number?
Yes.
Okay, so that's, okay, I know, what? I just gotta get this, wait, you can't discuss this yet, because we don't have a motion on the floor to discuss it. We're still trying to organize the motion here. So, unfortunately, the maker of the motion has withdrawn the amendment, the maker of the amendment has withdrawn the amendment and then made another amendment. The amendment is just to take the same numbers as last year and pay the individual entities the same number as last year, and I'm a terrible motion maker. But I mean, but that's the amendment. Is there a second to that amendment? Who said that? Okay, good. So now there's discussion on that amendment. You may speak to that amendment.
May I?
Yes.
Yeah, I want to point out that I think there's one item on here that was not last year, and I think it's the Watershed Alliance. And I'm having trouble finding it. Can you hear me? And I can't hold this and look at the same time. I think it's the Watershed Alliance. They had made requests previous years. Last year they forgot, so we didn't fund them last year. Yes, it's on the second page, Southeastern Vermont Watershed Alliance. We gave them $250 in 2015. Last year they didn't request anything, so and this year they requested $750, which is what they had. I'm a little confused, but this year they did request something. Last year they didn't, so that is an increase.
Okay. Yeah. Further discussion, Charlie, and then over here. Here, I think I have the mic. I think I have the microphone.
Yeah, that's right.
I think Charlie Marching, I think that if you amend the motion to spend a specific amount, we have a committee that makes the allotments. I don't think it's in our best interest to simply say, do whatever we did last year, because there are different groups that make different requests. So I think that if we agree to to raise less or level funded or whatever, the committee should then decide where that money would go, rather than us try to pick apart each request.
Okay, wait, we had this gentleman over here. You wanted to say something? No.
Again, this is Al Howman. I think the gentleman just made my point. If we have a committee that's assigned to divide up the money for social services, it's their responsibility to decide who gets what and how much. I think all we need to do is specify an amount and let that committee do its job.
Thank you. Warren, no.
Where'd he go?
I'm here.
Oh,
What,
okay.
need me?
Oh, just
Yes?
making sure you're listening. So, Warren Beatty.
Listening.
On the Newbrook increase, not to beat the dead horse, but there's a reason that they have to assist on certain level of rescue calls, is there not?
This is not on the motion. We're
Huh?
addressing the amendment,
well,
not the motion, not the...
We're talking about.
Okay, well, she wants to change the amount of money we're
Right,
going to
no, I
give to
think
social services.
I'm with you.
And all I'm
yes,
trying
we're
to
talking about the amendment, which is amending the number to 146525, whatever it is, I can't see, 14625, and recommending the screening committee give the same amount of money as they did last year. This goes to that.
So discussion
Yes, discussion on this amendment, and this
Right.
kind of goes to that. Yes, so keep going.
Right. So Newbrook Rescue Squad assists the town of Townsend in rescue calls for a reason. They haven't increased their rates since when? From $1,500? And they're asking for 2,000 more. If you want Townsend's volunteer fire squad to become a rescue squad, you're going to spend thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to get us qualified to do what they're doing for $3,500. So I think the rescuing people that sit on the board could at least attest to having Newbrook's rescue crew come and assist them is kind of vital. For $3,500, that's a steal. So think about your numbers when you're going to adjust, and cut and level fund it. Because you don't think a couple more grand is worth it. It might be your life.
Yeah, so I can comment to the Newbrook side, the accounting thing is equally lost as everyone else, but we call them for specific reasons. Either we're delayed because we're coming from another town or coming from the line in Dummerston, or dropping a patient off at the hospital, so they'll first respond or they're going to assist us in really complicated issues. Like Warren said, Townsend doesn't offer a first response service, and to get them trained would be a heck of a lot of money. So they're not coming for every call. They're specifically coming for the already prearranged responses, which are motor vehicle accidents. I don't know if they're automatically dispatched. I believe they are for this part of the town, and then Jamaica helps out on the other end of town. The other times is with our requests.
Okay, anybody else? Any further discussion? We have an amendment on the floor. And then over there.
I'm the one who put this together, and I wasn't sure what to do this. I talked with Doug Weiner, our chief, who talked with Newfane, and what he told me was that they went through their costs and revenue from all the towns, that they hadn't been through it all in a long time. He, again, attributed our costs to, some of it is DART, some of it is we get a number of calls from Valley Cares. He said normally whoever is closest, if rescue is farther away than Newbrook will respond. I don't know that now that rescue is housed in West Townsend, if that will change that. And they also looked at all of the balance of what the different towns were paying, compared to each other, and felt that it was pretty out of balance, that Brookline was paying seemed more than their share, so they tried to balance it. So this is secondhand. This is from Doug talking to their chief, but that's the basis on which I But like, okay, let's do it. Yeah, you can, as voters, you can do what you want.
Linda Dorman, I just have, I don't know, maybe it's irrelevant, but we're paying $34,000 a year for rescue. Why aren't they covering these calls instead of Newbrook?
It's not on. This is certain calls we do need help on, and for instance, Valley Carrots doesn't assist us when we go there. So if we need help lifting, so if there's an obese patient that's 300-400 pounds, it's really hard for two people to pick up. I'm not exactly Arnold. So, and then arrest is complicated patients, cardiac arrest. You really need extra people there to help out. And Townsend's the only town out of the 15 we cover that doesn't offer a first response service. So it really just kind of behooves the townspeople for extra people to get there and help them out when we get on scene. Does it mean for every call? No, and we're not calling them for every call. It's specifically when we need the extra help is when they're getting called, and it's not very often a year. So, okay, Carol. Okay, 1, 2, 3. What? 1.
Hi, Gail Zilek again. I'm a Townsend resident, but I was the first person allowed in Newbrook Fire and Rescue Squad. They decided to accept people from out of town specifically for this reason, because they do respond to other towns. Anybody want to join? That's great. And there have been calls, as the gentleman on the board said, where rescue units have been delayed at other calls, sometimes for a half hour, an hour, and Newbrook has been the responding call. So they really fill in a gap for us, a serious gap. And so that's why, Linda, Newbrook is the backup, because rescue sometimes isn't there, and that hour is the golden hour between life and death.
Okay, up here. The maker of the amendment would like to remove her amendment. Is there any objection to that? Okay, seeing no objection, we're back to the main motion that we still have not voted on, but we're still talking about, to see that the town will raise 1662 for social services. Continued discussion. Yes, sir. Charlie, that's right. You were next. Thank you for waiting for the microphone.
I just want to clarify my position, and I am going to bring this up at the fire department meeting on Thursday. What I object to, for the benefit of the screening committee, is Newbrook using DART calls as any justification for more service to Townsend. It's not a rescue call. A DART call is providing security for the helicopter landing at Onions Field. It's a fire department call, not a rescue call. They are not providing any service to the patient. Now, that doesn't mean that they might also get called to provide service to the patient if needed. That's a different issue. So, for the benefit of the screening committee, I object to any department. It could be Jamaica. Townsend doesn't have a rescue squad. So parts of Townsend are covered by Grafton, Jamaica, and Newbrook. That's fine. But don't be using fire calls where Townsend also gets toned out on a mutual aid call as justification for increasing your expenses. That's my only point.
Okay, any further discussion? Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, there's a motion before us that's been moved and seconded to see if the town will vote to raise $16,620 by taxation for the support of social services as recommended by the screening committee. A yes vote passes, a no vote defeats. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. I will now entertain a motion to recess until after the town district school meeting. So moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Okay, we are now, no? Hearing, okay, the motion passes. We are now in recess until after the school district meeting. Remember to thank the people down at the Harmonyville store, and we're paying for it, so if you have a donation, please give. I'll see you after lunch. Okay, we're going to have announcements first, but I know you only had 45 minutes for lunch, but we're going to try to keep things moving. First, before we start, listen up. Before we start, I have this lovely found earring. Ladies or men, check your ears. Anybody's? It looks like it's from a guy that doesn't know anything, a burgundy kind of thing with 3 thingies, and it hangs from an ear. Okay, well, we have an earring. Charlie has some announcements that he'd like to make.
I asked David if I could make some announcements. Usually when you're counting ballots is a good time to do this, but we didn't do that this year. I've got 2 hats on. One is the Community Hope and Action group that plans the monthly dinners and entertainment that have been going on for the last 2 or 3 years. If you don't know what Community Hope and Action is, it's a group that meets every Wednesday morning at 9 o'clock at the library and plans these activities. And if anyone's willing to come to those meetings and sit and listen and participate, they're open to the public. 9 o'clock at the library. The events are usually a dinner, always a dinner, and then some entertainment. This month's event is March 18th, and it's a talent show. And so if anyone's interested in performing, we had one last year that went quite well, so this is this year's version. You can talk to me, or I can put you in touch with Christina. You can talk to Christina, who's a regular member of the committee. There's also going to be a syrup tasting event on the 18th, where I'll provide a bunch of maple syrups from all over the place, including sorghum and some other good stuff. And then you can tell us which ones you like the best. There's an April concert on the, I believe, Christina, April's the 22nd, isn't it? I think, which is actually the 4th Saturday instead of the 3rd. But anyway, there'll be posters around for the April event. The May event is going to be in conjunction with Green Up Day, and it's May 6th. And instead of a supper, it'll include lunch and music. And then ultimately, Community Hope and Action and the Townshend Historical Society are hoping to cooperate to have an event when we do something with the sort of rededication of Scott Bridge. And that'll be after May 17th, the last I heard. So we'll keep you posted on that. The other hat is the Townshend Historical Society. Once again, they meet down at Robert de Grenier's studio on the 4th Monday at 4 o'clock. If anyone's interested in participating, the meetings are open. The Board of Trustees plans its events. There's a handout in the back, which hopefully some of you have seen. Our current goal is to try to make sure the stone arch bridges in town are taken care of. And also a copy of our annual report is down there. And there's a new display in the display case where you waited for lunch if you had a chance to look at that. We're going to have a maple open house at the different sugar houses in town on May 25th. March 25th. So there'll be some posters. Well, you could do it in May too, maybe, but there'll be some posters around about that. But there's Robert de Grenier's, mine, Mitch Putnam, and Fernbach's sugar house that may be open. Last year was a little tenuous, but at the Covered Bridge event, the current schedule is to have Sally Newton and Mike do an inside the bridge contra square dance and a potluck supper. So that's the plan. The Historical Society also has a Townshend history book for sale, and we just got word that we're going to be presented with multiple copies of Carl Decker's People of Townshend book. We don't have them yet, but they will also be available for sale. So check the Historical Society website and you can get all that information. And I think that's the end of my speeching for today. Thanks.
The end of his speaking. Even from the floor? Okay, I forgot to mention that anybody that was elected today during the morning portion needed to be sworn in. So at the end of town meeting, please stay so that you can be sworn in. If you don't, you're going to have to come to town hall at another time to be sworn in. Okay? Okay. Warning. The legal voters of the town of Townshend in the county of Windham and the state of Vermont are hereby notified and warned to meet at 1 p.m. in Town Hall in said town of Townshend on the first Tuesday of March 7th, 2017, to transact the following business and act upon the following articles. If there's no objection, I won't read the warning. Hearing no objections, we'll move right to Article 1. Oh, I'd like to invite the school board up front. Well, I will run it. I mean, you don't have to come up, but that is a good point. Okay. Article 1, to elect a moderator for 1-year term. I will now entertain nominations. Damn. I thought you guys were sleeping. David Lebo has been nominated. Is there any other nominations? If there's no objection and hearing no more nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for David Lebo for a 1-year term as moderator of the Townshend School District. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Fabulous. Thank you. School moderator. Okay. Article 2. Oh, their announcement. Green book. Everybody got green book? They're in the back. Back table. That's what we'll be talking about is green book. And if the table runs out, they're under the table. Okay. Article 2, to accept the reports of the school directors is presented in the July 1st, 2015, June 30th, 2016 Auditors Report. I'll entertain a motion. So moved. Who said that? Name. I can't see. Oh, Mr. Lincoln. Second? Second. Caleb, right? Yes. Okay. So it's been moved and seconded to accept the reports of the school directors as presented July 1st, 2015, June 30th, 2016. Auditors Report. Discussion. No discussion? Seeing no discussion, it's been moved and seconded to accept the reports of the school directors as presented July 1st, 2015 to June 30th, 2016 Auditors Report. A yes vote passes the motion. A no vote defeats the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
David, right here.
Yeah?
Sorry. Before you move on, can I just give a little preamble on the book?
On the book?
And
do we give him latitude to explain the book? Will of the people? Yes? Now, he's going to... Okay. He's going to... Wow. Okay. Now, wait a second. Do we want to have a discussion here? Or do we just want to let him speak and then move on? Speak and move on. Okay. You may speak and move on.
Great. Thank you. So, just a little preamble about the book. So on January 9th, we got a memo saying that there was not going to be a town report. So quickly we decided we needed to do something about it. We had a meeting that night, and Cliff here, who's in the publishing industry, was kind enough to organize all of this for us. I just want to say thank you to everybody who helped organize the materials, get it all together, and then for Cliff to turn it out so quickly. So obviously this is different from normal town reports, so I just wanted to kind of go over, and we didn't have a table of contents, so if you haven't had a chance to read it, it's we do have the warning in the front, both warnings in the front, and then we go into some things saying goodbye to Mrs. Leggett, who has been with us for 18 years and 21, I'm sorry, short seller. Round of applause for Mrs. Leggett. So thank you for all your years of service, and in a way this is dedicated to you, our first annual Townshend Report, elementary school. From there we just have some letters from myself, principal, superintendent, and then we get into the guts of the budget, and then we have a Act 130 equalized homestead tax rate calculation sheet, 3-year comparison, all of that's the normal stuff that you would see in the budget. And then in addition to that, we have some explanations on changes in special ed, as well as a narrative for you to follow along when we're explaining the actual budget itself. And then in the very back, we have the Auditors Report, the 3-page Auditor Report. And in the very back, from our TES kindergartners, little notes from them. So that's it in a nutshell. Thank you.
Okay. Article 3.
2 minutes.
Article 3. To elect school directors for the following terms. Townsend School District, 1 3-year term until March 2020. Townsend School District, 2 1-year terms until March 2018. I will now, we'll start with the 1 3-year term until 2020. That's held by Cliff, I believe. Yes? Okay. I will now entertain motions for a 1 3-year term until March 2020. Cliff has been nominated. Doesn't have to be seconded, but thank you for showing support. Any other nominations? Quick before he decides not to. No? Seeing no other nominations and not hearing an objection, I declare nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast 1 ballot for Cliff Bassnode for a 3-year term as a school director in Townshend School District. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I will now entertain nominations for 1 1-year term until March 2018. This is, it doesn't matter. Brud's position, you can say. I'll entertain nominations. Brud's been nominated. It's been seconded with support, but respectfully declined. Any other nominations? Seeing no nominations? Nobody?
We're suddenly going to be a 3-person board.
Well, I don't know what the statute said. It's not my job to know, but I assume you could appoint. But you have to look that up in statute. Nobody? Okay, well, I have another 1-year term, in case you didn't like that one. Whose is this one up? Whose is this one?
This would be me.
Okay. Do I hear nominations? Mance. Mance has been nominated. He respectfully declined. So we got 2 open positions. Mance.
I know, geez.
I nominate Christina Wright.
Yes. Wait, say again. Speak into the microphone. You're holding it.
It's that big thing there.
I also sub at the high school, so I think that I'm no longer allowed to, I can't be on the board and a sub at the same time.
I don't know.
What? Deborah can't talk.
Well, Deborah Leggett's not going to speak to that unless we allow it. Right. That's true.
If you're a district employee, you cannot you can't be on a board. It's why I had to resign from the board because I worked for the district in a school.
Well, you guys
As a
need
sub,
to-
I believe she works for the district. So I don't think she can.
I don't know. I mean, she can be elected, and if it's not, then she gets thrown off. So it's not like, I mean, the decision. Right. That's not my decision either. Okay, Christina Wright accepts it. Yay. Doesn't know if she's legally allowed to do it, but she'll accept it. Okay, any other nominations? Seeing no other nominations, and if there are no objections, I declare nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Christina Wright for a one-year term until March 18 on the Townshend School District as a school director. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Okay, we're going to move on, not go back to the other one because we passed on that one. Yes? Okay. Okay, Article 4. To elect a school district treasurer for the term of 1 year. Is that you? Right now it's being held by Anita Bean. Do I hear any nominations? Anita Bean? Anita Bean's been nominated. Any other nominations? Seeing no other nominations and hearing no objections, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Anita Bean as the school district treasurer. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Article 5, to compensate Townshend School District officers, treasurer, $1,790. School directors, one chair at $500, 4 members at $250 each. Is there a motion? You and you, fine. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Discussion? Discussion? Seeing no discussion? Motion moved and seconded to compensate the school district officers, treasurer $1,790, school directors, one chair $500, 4 members $250. A yes vote passes the motion, a no vote defeats it. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Article 6. Shall the voters of the Townshend School District approve the school board to expend $1,400,900, which is the amount the school board has determined necessary for the ensuing fiscal year? It is, I'll read the whole thing. I don't know if that's part of the, not going to be part of the motion. It is estimated that this proposed budget, if approved, will result in equal education spending of $1736.8 per equalized pupil. This projected spending per equalized pupil is 5.6% higher than spending for current year. Blah. That's kind of informational, not necessarily in the warning, but. So, is there a motion for that first quoted sentence? I think is what it belongs there. So moved. Joe, second? Second, Paul. So, discussion, now on the floor. Oh, come on, man. Not that I'm going to make this longer, but $2,000 and now $1 million and you're not talking?
Do you want me to give a kind of a synopsis?
Oh, wait. Okay. Hang on. Can you hold on to your question for one moment? Just hold on the microphone. He says he's going to give a brief synopsis, and I think that would be good for all of us. So.
All right. So let's start on page 11. I'm sorry. Can you hear me? always like to start with the end first. So if we get to the bottom of page 11, you will see that spending is down 10%. Now don't get too excited because there's a reason for that. We had some changes in special ed, and there's actually a page that details all of those changes. But essentially what we're looking at in the budget is now the net expense as opposed to all in. So in FY17, all special ed expenses were moved to the supervisory union. In FY 2018, the Agency of Education will be distributing all special ed revenue to the SU to match expense. For FY 18, most budgets will show a decrease in spending from the previous year due to the net special education effect. This will give a false sense of reduction in overall spending and will not decrease the tax rate. So that's kind of the explanation on that. So getting back to page 11, the real number you want to look at is local education spending. So you can see over the last 3 years, FY 16, 17, and 18, we actually have had reductions in local education spending. And also at the same time, we have had reductions in equalized pupil count. So we went in FY 16 from 75.89 to 74.12 in FY 17, and then down to 69.97. Now the reason we are actually showing this much of a reduction in pupil count is because the transition time between before Act 46, we generally have a 3.5% reduction maximum on pupil count. Now in this in-between phase before Act 46, that actually jumped to 10%. So it's one of those unfortunate years when we actually did have more of a reduction in pupil count. So we actually went down 5.6% in pupil count. In years past, that would have been held at 3.5. So, and that's the reason why we are actually closer, we're basically on top of the threshold this year in terms of spending per equalized pupil. So if we flip over to page 12, right at the top of it, the education spending per equalized pupil, that's what we're spending. So you see the jump from last year of 16,441 to 17,367. So now the base education spending did go up as well. And then if you look down to the estimated equalized homestead tax rate, it's $1.72 versus $1.69 last year. So our budget is built in two parts, and it's between ourselves and Leland and Gray. So our portion of the equalized homestead rate is 47%. So what we do is we take the 47% times that equalized homestead rate, and we get to that 81 cents. So again, an increase over the 79 cents of last year. The thing that's really in our favor this year is that the common level of appraisal at 110% went up. So the CLA essentially says that houses over the last 3 years are selling at a lesser rate than what they appraised for. So that's in our favor. So you take the 81 cents into the 110%, and that's where we get the 73. So it's a long story, but we are actually lower than last year in estimated actual tax rate pre-K through 6. Now the reason our overall rate goes up a little bit is because it's a combination of Townshend Elementary School and Leland and Gray. So Leland and Gray had an increase in spending over the threshold. So when we combine the two, our rate is 164 versus 155 the previous year, which is a 6% increase. So that's the whole story of how we got to it. Now, a lot of this information we don't get until late in the game, right? The ink's dry by the time we figure out what we have for pupil count. And also the fact that we didn't realize until the last moment that the 3.5% threshold was actually going to be higher than that. So we had to make some additional cuts at the last minute just to stay at the threshold. Now the good news is we have the equalized pupil is based on, it's a strange count, but pre-K kids are counted as 0.46 pupils. I have no idea how they came up with that number, but This little guy, he's only half a student. So once they get into first grade, they become a full student. So we actually have right now, as of February, 13 pre-K students, and we'll have 8 sixth graders exiting. So you do the math, our number actually should go up next year in terms of equalized pupils. So that's the good news, and we should be further below the threshold at that point. So that's our story.
Okay, there'll be a test on your way out. Okay, discussion, did you want to say something? Yeah. State your name and...
Okay, Sue Eastwood Townsend. I'm just curious how our $17,368 per pupil corresponds with other towns. Can anybody help us with that, please?
Yes, if you look on page 15, there is some comparison data. Unfortunately, it is not for the FY18. So we have some FY16 school level data, and 15 and 17. So unfortunately, we don't have current FY18 comparison.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, there's a motion before us to see if the voters of the Townshend School District approve the school board to expend $1,400,900, which is the amount the school board has determined to be necessary for the ensuing fiscal year. A yes vote passes the motion, a no vote defeats it. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Okay, Article 7. Shall the voters of the town school district authorize the school directors to borrow money in anticipation of revenue? Was that Jeff? I didn't see. It was Bill. Oh, it was Bill. Okay, Bill Lincoln and Paul Drews. Yep. Discussion? Seeing no discussion. Motion is that the voters of the Townshend School District authorize the school directors to borrow money in anticipation of revenue. The yes vote passes motion. No vote defeats it. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Leave the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Article 8. Shall the voters of the Townshend School District authorize the school directors to spend unanticipated funds such as grants or gifts that may be received by the district for school purposes? Second. Charlie, Paul. Discussion? Seeing no discussion? Yes. Motion is what I said before. I should read it. Townshend School District authorizes school directors to spend unanticipated funds such as grants and gifts that may be received by the district for school purposes. All those in a yes vote passes. A no vote defeats. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Article 9. To set the date and time of the annual meeting of the school district for the first Tuesday of March in the year 2018 at 9:05. Joe? Second, Paul. Moved and seconded that we'll be here next year at 9:05 for the school portion. Yes vote passes. Oh, discussion?
How come 9:05?
Because at 9 o'clock we're going to open the town meeting and then recess the town meeting and then move on to the school meeting. So it gives you 5 minutes to open the town meeting because that's really what town meeting day is all about. So, yeah, okay. So that's why it's 9:05. Any other discussion? Is there another hand? No? Okay, seeing no other discussion, annual school district meeting next year, first Tuesday of March, 9:05. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Article 10, to To transact any other non-binding business to properly come before this meeting. Now, we all understand non-binding business is non-binding, but is there something we would like to discuss that has to do with the school? Because we'll do this in the town later. I have a hand back. Oh, no, we have a microphone right here.
Maggie Bills. So if the Act 46 goes through, won't there be like a district meeting, or how does that function?
You know what? I'm going to hand this over to Brad. Brad was actually on the committee, so I'll have him explain that.
Hello, I'm Brent Sanderson. Yeah, so from an Act 46 point of view, if Act 46 passes, it's my understanding that what will take place is there'll be a new, would basically be like a Leland and Gray board, where it's the 5 West River Valley towns would get together. And I suspect that it still needs to be developed, but I suspect it'll behave in such as Leland and Gray's district, where they'll have a different day where they'll have a complete meeting and they'll vote on the budget and vote on officers and things like that. Although the officers, I think, would be probably town meeting day as a ballot vote. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Okay.
It's not Rick. Go ahead.
Yeah? Okay, I don't know if David mentioned it, but you do understand there's a vote going on downstairs for Act 46, yay or nay, and then to elect 2 directors, should it pass, okay? So I'm going to put you guys on the spot. I sat through all the rural education district meetings. The Act 46 study is not much different from what was happening in the red discussions. I've heard all the wonderful things. I've heard all the threats. What I want to know from those of you who've been serving on the school board, what do you see as the negatives for joining this? Or do you not see any at all? Are you going to toe the party line? I see an awful lot of negatives, and I don't respond well to threats. So I'm going to ask you, as a school board member, and I know some of you are parents, what do you see as the downside to merging?
It's a good question. I'm trying to... No, not close enough, sorry. I think there's always positives and negatives with everything, and with this, I think that I think from a threat point of view, I think that if we don't make a decision to move forward with this, there's a real chance that the state makes it for us. So that's one issue for me, but an issue moving forward is that depending on how the budgets work for each individual town, so for instance, if one town has generally a higher budget than another town, from an operating expense point of view, we're all going to be sharing the same budget. It'll be the same tax rate for all the towns. So if there's a situation where, we as Townsend have a lower expense than another town, we're actually going to go up a little bit. Our rates will go up a little bit. That I don't think is the case right now for Townsend. We're actually in with a number of, I think Jamaica, some of the higher ones, where Newbrook is actually seeing, as a consolidated district already, they're seeing the benefits of a consolidated district from their budget perspective. But that's one of the areas where I see is an issue. You have the potential for a higher budget depending on how your current school works. Trying to think of some other issues that might come up that is a negative.
I just wonder, in terms of the management, being able to have one board or oversee several different small schools, the difficulty with that. I think it's hard enough for a board to do a good job managing one school, and I think you guys do a great job, but that's a big project. And to be able to manage 3 or 4 different small schools.
It just seems to me that could be a downside.
Did everybody hear her, except for that last part? Yes? You're good enough? Okay.
Possibly, but I also see it as that you'll have an educated board that understands what's going on with each individual school. I see from a buildings perspective where they can start prioritizing the needs of each building and working it through so that, you know, that they're managing when things get done and not reacting. I think as a board that has many districts, they're going to actually, and it's also going to, supervisory union is going to have more ability to participate and work with those boards. I think that right now they have so much time going to individual meetings that they spend more time prepping for individual meetings than they do actually prepping for doing the right thing. I should mention that, so I was on the committee, and in the room right now, Heidi was on the committee, and Joe was actually the chair of the committee that we went through. Chris is not here; she had an injury. Yeah, I just wanted to note that.
Ken Hoffman. It almost seems like this voting is almost meaningless. If we vote no, they're going to impose this on us anyway. Not only that, they'll probably take away a lot of our grant money. So it seems like, again, if we vote no, the state will say, well, that's too bad. We're going to stick with what the committee proposed. Plus, we're going to take away your grant money. Is that about right?
That's a reasonable, yeah, that would be my understanding as well. It's one of those situations where if we don't make a decision by 2018 to do a merger of some fashion, then the Board of Education has the authorization by 2019 to consolidate in any way that they see fit. And as a committee, they've actually decided that this is a good situation. I suspect that the board would the Board of Education would do that. They could take it further too. They could say, for all we know, we're going to sign up and be part of neighboring towns that aren't in this West River Valley.
Further discussion? Up.
So to put you on the spot again a little bit, like Rick was saying, having looked at this and seen what they're promising, is any one of you would bet that we're going to see lower costs in the future? And if so, how much?
Yeah. put on your Karnak hat.
So, from a cost perspective, the committee didn't get into studying the actual cost reductions. We just looked at opportunities where there could be cost reductions. Aside from the carrots that the state has put out there, which I think are, they disappear in 4 years, basically. The carrot goes away, except for the small schools grant, which all the schools that have one they're told they'll maintain that. The budget reduction is limited to what the future board can come up with for ideas. One of the things that we talked about were there's limited reduction in duplications. So there's audits that each individual school district has to go through. That audit will be limited to one. I'm certain there's some economy of scale with doing 1 versus 5, but I think it's probably more than doing 1 of the 5. So there's the accounting associated with that. There's the economy of scale of purchasing. You know, with one larger school district, the sense is that they can get better rates. Those are some of the thoughts that came through. Other things that come out of it is that now each staff for a single school district is part of that school district. So one of the things that came to mind for me is seeing that staff have certain expertise, and some within the district have different expertise. So if there's small projects that could be done at the school that they can do themselves, but they can't because they're limited and they only have one person working on in the buildings. But if you have 5 different buildings and they can start bringing in from the other areas, they can start doing small projects themselves without asking for contractors to participate and help. But as far as, and then obviously one school board versus a number of school boards, there's cost associated with that, but it's not the silver bullet that's gonna save you $1 million over the whole entire, school district. I don't see that happening. But hope is there, but it's not gonna save everything.
Further discussion?
Yeah, Kathy Hagee. One of the things that I get as select board chair is all the VLTC and/or state communications on legislation. And one of the big topics that's going around the state right now is the funding of Act 46. And quite frankly, all the carrots that they're putting out are currently unfunded. So I'm a little bit concerned with going ahead and jumping into this fire without some kind of guarantee from the legislature that in fact they are going to fund it, because quite frankly the town has seen, and I'm sure the school has seen, them change their mind repeatedly about how much money they're going to give you and when they're going to give it to you. And that's just something to remember. They've given you a 4-year incentive, but there's no guarantee that you're actually going to get that money.
Further discussion? Hang on, you spoke. Let me see if anybody else who hasn't spoken yet wants to speak. Over here, Brian.
Yeah, Brian Hockert-Lutz. I'm pretty sure Kathy can back me up reading what the legislature's put out. But it seems to me they're constantly in the process, last cycle and this cycle, of reevaluating the sticks even, right? Whether or not they're going to force us or how they're going to force us to merge in the first place. I mean, there's multiple groups in the state, everybody from teachers to administrators to parents to student groups who are clamoring for alterations in Act 46, some of which Emily Long alluded to this morning. I mean, that's it. There's no question there.
Okay. Further discussion. I saw. No, is there no other hand? Oh, Heidi wants over here. We'll let everybody else speak, and then we'll.
Heidi Russ. As Brett said, I was one of the ones on the committee. I did not participate in the red or anything before this particular committee. I thought it was important to be on this committee because many of you that come back here year after year probably hear the same conversations about our property taxes going up, the state having the same conversation with the legislature about forcing us to do something to change the fact that our property taxes are going up. I think if you've read some of the newspaper articles about our newest governor, you might get the impression that he's really going to force the issue. I have gotten that impression. I think my feeling after listening to all the discussion on this committee is that it is important to be proactive, because I would rather have some control over what happens in this town rather than being told what to do. Do I think the funding may go away? It's a strong possibility. At this point, they've told us they won't take our small schools grant away if we move forward. Can they change their mind about that? They can. But they have said they'll take the small schools grant away if we don't move forward. Everything is up in the air. I guess how people vote really depends on how active you want to be. I mean, as we talk about an 11-person board covering 4 or 5 towns, it's going to have at least one representative of every town. It may have more because of the at-large members. And I have served on enough boards to know that usually the people that join a board, as much as we're watching the bottom line, do care about what they're voting on. And if we are a member of 5 towns together as our own district, I would like to believe that we're not going to be excluding one town out from another as we make these decisions. The committee felt that it was really important to leave the closing of a school within the town's hands, which the state won't do, in my opinion. So as much as Act 46 feels like it's being thrust down our throats at this point, and there are things that are up in the air, I do ask that you all think about when you vote being proactive, because I think the state is looking to see what towns do during this day. And, you know, if we vote no, we'll just be suspended and see where it goes. But I just wanted to give my opinion.
Right behind you, right behind you.
Deidre Beatty from West Townsend. My question is, if we go through, if this passes and we become a union with these other schools, how will it work with pupils? Will parents have the right of choice? If I choose that I'd rather my child go to Newbrook, can I do that? And vice versa. If Newbrook wants to send a child here, can they do that? And I guess my second part of that question is, as this new board, each school is very individual, and programs and, you know, things that we do in Townsend don't happen in other schools. So will, you know, this, you know, our board allows us to go on these great field trips and stuff like that. Will that become a decision of this new board, or will that still be at like the discretion of the principal?
So, from a choice perspective, the way the articles are written, that students have a choice. A Townsend student go to Jamaica, Jamaica to Newbrook, and vice versa. To a point, if there is no room or space in that class, then the resident of the town fills that slot first. So it's only open slots after that. Having said that, it's part of the articles. They're going to actually manage that and determine that once that board gets created. There is also, you know, as you mentioned, activities that different towns do. The idea is that it is a district that can interact with other schools, and those different activities are anticipated to be available to the other schools as well. How that gets worked out, how that gets implemented, it's not clear to me. You know, it's left to the discretion of the board that gets elected to manage and deal with that.
I'd like to speak to that second part of your question about, you know, having certain activities. That's one of the benefits that I see, actually, is that there are certain things that Townsend does very well. We're very good in that, and, you know, the scores prove that out. I think other schools could benefit from that. You know, if we have some collaboration, some sharing amongst those schools. I mean, I know we're a district right now, but does sharing happen to the degree that it possibly could with this? Probably not. I think another issue is that we have a bunch of sixth graders coming over to Leland and Gray, all at different levels. Right? They're all over the map in terms of skill set, and I think this would help that as we share and talk about best practices across all of the schools. This will be, you know, to be beneficial as they move into Leland and Gray.
Christina.
Thank you. I understand Leland and Gray is part of the committee. Is that correct? The high schools teachers, would they be used to go amongst the elementary schools to help out with the teaching whenever they're needed? Or would it be strictly teachers from the elementary school going to another elementary school?
We talked about that as actually being a benefit. You know, that there is an opportunity there for teachers from every school to actually, as roles are needed and the space needs to be filled, they can go from one school to the next. The same thing with programs. Can you hear me? Sorry. Same thing with programs. If there's a program at Leland and Gray that we think that would benefit the elementary schools, it's an opportunity that we're encouraging the board that gets created to explore. That is one of the articles that we discussed.
I'm not a teacher. I come from a family of teachers. I respect teachers. But wouldn't a teacher need a certificate to teach in? I mean, they might not have that certificate, so they wouldn't be able to teach in elementary school if they're a high school teacher, or vice versa, I would think, right, teachers? Right, teachers? Right, if they're certified, then they would have that opportunity. Right, okay. Whereas now they don't. Okay. More discussion. Oh, it is non-binding business. What do you want to talk about? Not too long. Wait, is that off Act 46? Still Act 46? Okay. But is there anybody else that wants to talk before? Okay, go ahead.
Now, this is a totally different viewpoint. I've gone to a few of the meetings, and I oppose Act 46 as it's written. And the way I looked at it, I said, how can we possibly benefit the students the most, as well as save money? And my estimation, and I know we're going to save a lot of money, and I know we're going to help the students dramatically if we have not a combined school boards, but combined schools. It was proposed a number of years ago in the Red Committee, combining schools, a new school. And I go along with that, but I go along with one step further, combining all the schools. One school for the 5 area schools that we have presently. I did bring it up. I'm getting absolutely nowhere. I can understand that because they're well into what they proposed a couple of years ago. But I hope, if this fails, I hope the board might consider it a new school and just stop and think. Seriously, add it all up. You'll come out way ahead for both the student and the residents of the community.
Okay. Any other non-binding business? Oh, more? We're going to respond? Sorry. Did you want to, is that what this is, a response? Response.
Yeah, in response. I agree with that to a certain extent, but that's if you can use existing buildings like Newbrook did with Brookline. Because we looked at combining with Jamaica, and Jamaica wanted to build a new school, and we had the treasurer of the district run the numbers, and there was no savings at all.
Okay. Further non-binding business? Seeing no other non-binding business, I will entertain a motion to adjourn the Townshend School District meeting until 2018. Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We'll adjourn till next year. We're going to reopen the town meeting shortly. Huh? What? You want to swear people in right now? Do you want? I know we just took a break. Do you want to take a break so we can swear people in? No. You're not allowed to swear anybody in. Okay, you're not allowed to swear people in. Then keep it down. Those that are departing, please be respectful for those that have to stay. Where were we? How do I do it? Okay, we're now going to reconvene the annual meeting. The annual town meeting is now reconvened. We left off at Article Roman numeral 14. To see if the town will authorize the Board of Selectmen fourscore 7 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation. Hello. To see if the town will authorize the Board of Selectmen to acquire by gift or purchase land for municipal forests to promote reforestation, water conservation, and good forestry practices. I got Charlie and Bill Lincoln. Any discussion? Yes, sir. Discussion. You need a microphone, though. Please. Sorry.
Thank you. Bob DeServo, that's fairly open-ended. Does the Board of Selectmen have...
It's on. You just got to speak up. Sorry.
Does the Board of Selectmen have anything in mind? That's a very open-ended... You know, is there any limitations, anything specific you've gotten in mind?
This is an article that's in every year's warning. It's basically in place in case somebody wants to donate a tract of land to the town. And this just gives the select board the opportunity to accept that. It's your approval to accept that if that offer comes forward.
Any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Greenwood. We don't, oh, it's going this way to Mr. Greenwood.
Maybe this isn't the place or the article, but Taft Meadows, what are we going to do with Taft Meadows? Is there any idea? I mean, first off, I mean, I saw some signs over there. I just would like to know the background on the sign saying authorized vehicles only. I mean, we pay taxes on it. I guess, what are the signs all about?
We don't have signs anymore.
They're gone?
They're gone.
Somebody took them or you took them down?
The phantom sign guy took them.
So that no longer applies? I think they were at the Little League field too, right?
I know with the Little League field that last year when I went to get ready for soccer, I requested that a gate be put up across it because I do know that there was people down there blowing donuts in the field, and I had to get people to fill in a lot of holes. The whole field was torn apart from donuts of vehicles. And I also talked to the hospital, and some of the vent pipes had also been destroyed from vehicles on the field. So I did ask that we put something across it so that vehicles would not be on it when it wasn't in use. I mean, I got Bill Joyce to come and fill it in, and it took a lot of time. So I said that I would like, donuts on the field was, so I did make a request for that a while ago, but.
Okay, we're kind of veered from the motion. If you want to bring that up, I guess, during non-binding business, although that is a piece of land, but no answer, it's okay.
But that has nothing to do with the article we're talking about.
Okay, do you want to answer it in non-binding business, or would you like to answer it now? It's okay. Okay, so it doesn't belong here. Please ask that again in non-binding business, and I'll answer it then. Any other discussion?
Just one quick question about this. Hopefully it's a quick question. I understand this is a recurring thing that is voted on every year, but my question is, how would this be funded?
How is what funded?
How would this, if land or whatever were to be acquired, how would that be funded?
Well, by purchase, we would go back to the voters for a purchase, but this is essentially to acquire by gift or purchase. So, in other words, it's more for the gift piece of it, that somebody wants to give the town a piece of land, like the common, that we could accept that without having to go back through a town meeting to have that happen. If we're going to buy a piece of land, which we don't need anymore, we currently have Taft Meadows, which we don't know what we're going to do with, we would come back to the voters.
Okay. Raise your hand and let me recognize you too, because you're scared to when somebody all of a sudden started talking without me looking. Okay, any other discussion? Seeing no other discussion, it's been moved and seconded to see if the town will authorize the Board of Selectmen to acquire by gift or purchase land for municipal forest and promote reforestation, water conservation, and good forestry practices. A yes vote passes, and no vote doesn't pass. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Article 15, to see if the town will vote to set the first Tuesday in March as the date for the town 2018 Town of Townsend annual meeting.
You have the time in there?
You can't have the time. You can put after the district meeting, unless you want to end their meeting, right? Yeah, you can put 9. Yeah. Want to make the amendment, although, would you like to make that the main motion so we don't have to vote on an amendment followed by the main motion? Who made the motion? Oh, you're making the motion? Okay. Add 9 a.m. to that. Okay. Any discussion? No? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed? No, the ayes have it. No, Charlie made the motion to include the 9 o'clock in it. So there was no amendment. Charlie. He moved the motion including the 9 o'clock. So.
Could you reread the motion just so we're all clear?
Okay, the motion Charlie made was to see if the town will vote to set the first Tuesday in March 2018 at 9 a.m. as the date and time for the 2018 Town of Townsend annual meeting. That's what you guys just voted on. I hope you knew that. Okay, we good? Okay, last one, non-binding business. Let's talk. I think Chad has a question.
I just was wondering if there was any future plans for Taft Meadows.
Not at this time.
Good answer.
Plan on having Mike Bernard pay off here.
I was on the board when we acquired Taft Meadows, and it was bought for the future, like a fire department or future use for the town of Townsend, because they don't make land anymore, and that was the purpose of acquiring it.
But the point is, no, there've been no plans made at this point in time to move forward?
Well, no, there was plans made.
I understand, but he asked about where we're going with Taft Meadows, and I'm saying right now there's no.
But that's still, in some people's frame of thought, I don't think that everybody in town is giving up on the future development of Taft Meadows.
I'm not saying that, I'm just saying there's no plan right now to move.
Not right at this very precise moment, no.
Community center swimming pool. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Any other further discussion? Wait, okay. See, that's what, I'm sorry. Yeah, well, doesn't matter. Oh, you just got, doesn't matter. Go ahead, talk. You're closer to her. It's non-binding, yes.
Okay, this is not about the meadows or anything. Basically, I'm here to make a request from all of you, and please pass it along. Last year at the Common, there was no one available to put up any holiday lights or trees or anything, which I personally found to be very kind of disheartening. So myself and a few other people got together and we did it. But lights usually need to be replaced every year. People donated the tree, donated the time. Any lights that I got left over from this year were donated, actually, by lovely people that we're very thankful for. So I was hoping that maybe out of the goodness of everyone's hearts, if they would be willing to donate lights or money so that we can make the Common look festive and wonderful during December. Community Hope and Action is willing to take donations of money or lights, and there's a group of people already in place to do the decorations in December. And I know it's a long time away, but this is the only time I have all of you at my mercy. So, so anyway, I'm kind of throwing that out there, and anybody that's willing to try to do something like along these lines, Thrives actually handles the money. They have a separate account for Community Hope and Action, and if any of you would really be willing and kind enough to do this, I think we can make the Common look lovely. And I think it says a lot about the town when you have people drive through and they see the lights, and it's beautiful. So I know it may seem trivial, but anyway, I'm throwing it out there for all of you folks, and the Thrives office is on Route 30.
Okay.
Okay?
Over here? Okay, wait, she wants to respond to that just quickly.
The only thing I would caution is the last time we had a display on the gazebo that was well lit, we ended up with somebody driving through it. So I would just be a little bit concerned, that you do not put too many lights there so they get confused and decide that's a pathway to the school.
I thought he was slightly impaired, yes. Go ahead.
Hi, sorry. My name's Ali Dercoli. I was just wondering if anybody would be opposed to there being a small raised bed garden in the Townshend Commons that would be out of the way of any type of event, but just to have a place where there's food growing or flowers or anything.
Don't we have
We do have a Townshend community garden, and we are looking for people. I know the Muses are handling it right now, but we'd love for people to take over it.
I'm helping with that project currently. There's a couple of things that I'm going to propose to the cemetery committee in their next meeting. That is a wonderful space for a beautiful flower garden. However, it doesn't get as much attention. It's out of the way, and it would just be so pretty to see a little, just like a little small space for things to be planted other than just a grassy space with a fountain. I just thought it might be fun for kids because the school plays out there. I just thought maybe it'd be a pretty thing that would attract people to our community. And I don't know. I just didn't know how anyone felt about just a small raised bed garden.
Are you making a non-binding motion to see how the town feels, or would you like to just petition the select board at a select board meeting?
I guess I'm asking how everyone feels about it, and then I can move forward
Well,
from there.
I mean, where do you want me? I mean, you can do a straw poll, but I'm just saying, then you should really make a motion.
I would like to build a small garden in the Townshend Commons.
Okay. Now that doesn't allow you to build it. She's just asking how you feel. So, motion's been made, has been seconded. What? We're not on the discussion part. Yeah. Yes. Seconded? There's no second. It dies. Huh? Second. Okay, Kathy. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to build a small, to see how the town feels of building a small raised garden on the common. Don't even know if we're allowed to, but you see, that's what I was waiting for. Go ahead, discussion.
Technically, the town doesn't own the common. The common belongs to the church. We're allowed to use it. We're the overseers. We have to take care of the trees on the common. There are even specific rules as to the type of trees that can be on the common. So I have no idea what would be involved with going to the heirs, getting the permission necessary to be able to even put a garden. And I would caution on Fair Day, in particular, I don't think there's 1 inch of that common that is not stomped on, sat on, or walked on. I don't know where you would put it where it would actually be out of the way. But we can certainly, if that's something the town wants to do, find out if we can plant flowers on the common. We can figure out who we need to talk to and ask if we can do that. But I don't think any type of permanent raised garden would be a go. I would suggest maybe looking at just plantings themselves.
Okay, motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Yes.
I'd just like to say maintaining it, because I know the community garden, we've had people who have got plots over there. I've been over throughout the year just driving by, and it doesn't get kept up. So I feel that having something on the common, my fear is people don't always keep up on it. They go away for a few weeks, and then it turns into
Weeds.
not a garden.
Weeds. English garden. Caleb. Caleb had his hand up.
So I just want to say I think that Townshend has the reputation of not necessarily being a community that's involved. And getting an opportunity to join together out in a public space with one another and really engage with each other is not a bad idea. And I think that there's a lot of ways that we can run that down immediately, but if our first step is to check in with the church to see if they could allow us to put up a raised bed, I think that's a great first step to make to allow us to engage with one another out in a really public place.
Pass the 2 rows back, please.
Hi, I'm Alice Gausch, and I think Kathy said it all when she pointed out that Grace Cottage Fair uses every inch of ground. And there are other events like the Pumpkin Festival where the common is utilized, and for something like a raised bed, I think it's a good idea. I love gardening and so forth, but I think the common is not the place. And I really applaud the idea of doing something terrific as a community too. We need to do that. But not another installation on the common.
Further discussion? In the back? Oh, yes, and then Irv wanted to speak. Wait, Irv first.
That common is not owned by the town of Townsend. It's just leased to the inhabitants, and there's still heirs left, so they don't support the meeting house, the heirs can take that land.
Okay. We have one in the back, too.
Hi, Barbara Marchant, Town of Townsend, and also librarian. It's Leland and Gray. There is a garden right in front of the school, right along the building, that is sorely in need of attention and flowers and maintenance. So if anybody's interested in working on that, please see me or call me, Leland and Gray. It was a garden that was established by teachers over the years, and it's not, can't hear me? And it's not on the maintenance staff's list of responsibilities. So we could probably get some kids to help to do community service, but if there was a committee who could make a plan, and that would be great. Thanks.
Further discussion?
Yeah, that was mentioned.
I think that's a really good idea with the school, but I was also thinking, what about the triangle? We don't really have, I don't know if there's anything there.
The state would have to get involved in that. No, seriously, that's what
I can speak to the triangle.
Go ahead.
Oh, wait, which triangle? The traffic one, not the school one with the sign? Okay, never mind. I could speak to that if anybody's
Is
curious.
there any further discussion on the non-binding resolution? The motion's still there. Did somebody raise their hand? Oh, Charlie.
I guess I promised not to speak, Charlie Marchant, but I want to support Christina in the efforts that she did with the ball field. And there has been an issue of vehicles. They also go through the cemetery and go down into Camporama. And in general, I've had conversations with the people that are riding these machines, and the cemetery has roads, so they use the roads, but I've noticed that at times out along the ball field they don't use appropriate paths. And I know Christina spent a lot of time getting the field ready, so perhaps the select board should just be aware of that in the sense that, we don't need that kind of traffic.
Okay, well, we just veered to the left, but whatever. He spoke. We have a motion on the floor about a raised bed. Come on. Stay with. I could have cut you off, but you were on a roll. Okay, so we still have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion on the raised bed? Okay, so we have a motion that I forgot what it said. A motion to see if how the town feels about building a small raised bed on the common. A yes vote and no further discussion. A yes vote gives the recommendation that we want to continue to look into it. A no vote says don't look into it, but you can look into it if you choose to, because this is non-binding. You're just getting a feeling of what everybody thinks. All those in favor, right? You know what a yes vote means. All those in favor, please say yes. Yes. All those opposed, please say no. No. There you go. That's all I'm saying. Huh? I don't know if I even need to make a decision. Do I need to make a decision? No. Yes. No. Yes? No? Okay. So there you go. Make a decision. I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. Doesn't mean anything. Any other further non-binding business? Yes.
I want to respond to Charlie's second comment. That was the one about the ball field where you were supporting Christina. That was brought to the select board. We did purchase some fairly expensive signs, I believe, that were posted out on the town land. And those signs didn't even make it 24 hours before they were stolen. So we're aware that there are unauthorized vehicles out there, that they're doing damage to the ball field. The concern particularly is with the septic fields, the school septic in the hospitals, where we have vent pipes sticking up out of the ground. And we're most concerned about that, which is why we did post it. But again, what's the point of putting signs out there if they're just going to steal them?
Put chicken wire. Yes, Mr. Lincoln. Oh, do you want to say something?
I'll move a vote of thanks for the selectmen and for the moderator.
Thank you. Thank you. Donations will be accepted at the door. One more thing. Thank you.
I'd like to encourage volunteers to help with the social service committee next year.
That's right. The social service.
It's not much of a committee.
Social service committee went from 3 to 1. So any volunteers for that? Okay. Town meeting. I think I've been doing this now for 10 years, and I've seen town meeting going to, I never saw that opened up there, but it was overflow to this. Please tell everybody how fun this is. I'm serious. I mean, it's important for people to be here and be heard. Okay, so I'll now entertain a motion for adjournment. The town has motion to adjourn. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. We'll see you next year. Thank you for your time. Don't forget to give your ribbons back. Oh, and don't forget to swear in if you got elected to something. Thank you. Thank you.